privilege, the honourable member for Brampton?
Springdale.
Brampton Springdale. The honourable member for Brampton Springdale.
Mr. Speaker, it is with some regret and with a sense of responsibility that I rise on a matter of privilege. More specifically, yesterday I was threatened and intimidated by the member for Calgary East while at a meeting on Parliament Hill. In Marleau and Montpetit on page 83, under the section Freedom from Obstruction, Interference, Intimidation and Molestation, it states, and I quote, "Members are entitled to go about their parliamentary business undisturbed. The assaulting, menacing, or insulting of any member on the floor of the House or while he is coming or going to or from the House or on account of his behaviour during a proceeding in Parliament is a violation of the rights of Parliament. Any form of intimidation of a person for or on account of his behaviour during a proceeding in Parliament could amount to contempt." End of quote. With regards to dealing with a matter of privilege, Marleau and Montpetit states on page 121, and I quote, that the House of Commons is certainly the most important secular body in Canada. It is said that each House of Parliament is a court, with respect to its own privileges and dignity and the privileges of its members. The purpose of raising matters of privilege in either House of Parliament is to maintain the respect and the credibility due that is required of each House in respect to these privileges, to uphold powers and to enforce the enjoyment of privileges of its members. That includes the freedom of speech." End of quote. On Thursday, June the 7th, at approximately 6:30, I attended a meeting of a parliamentary friendship group in room 308, West Block. Prior to that meeting commencing, I advised the chair of the group, the member for Calgary East, that I had a concern in regards to the process and would be raising a point of order during the meeting. He immediately put his finger in my face and started yelling at me, saying, and I quote, "If you raise anything during this meeting, just watch what happens to you. Don't start with me." End of quote. During his intimidation and his threats, I raised my point of order during the meeting. After that meeting had concluded, I came upon a member for Calgary East who was telling another senator, and I quote, "She is just being a crybaby." End of quote. Upon hearing this, I immediately told him, "I am not a crybaby. I was simply trying to follow the rules and the procedure." The member again lost his control, put his finger in my face, and yelled, and I quote, "After what you did to me, just watch what I do to you. I am going to smear you and your reputation." End of quote. During the second incident, a number of senators, MPs, and staff asked him to calm down. However, he refused to listen. He continued with his threatening and attacking behaviour. The second incident was witnessed by a number of individuals, including the Member of Parliament for Scarborough Rouge River. Mr. Speaker, I have raised this question of privilege because I do not think that any member of this House should be intimidated, should be threatened, or verbally abused. Being approached by another member and being threatened handcuffs our ability as parliamentarians to carry out our necessary responsibilities. If we are subject to some sort of retribution when we are doing something that we believe is right, we cannot function. I believe that this incident has satisfied the two conditions in regard to a matter of privilege. First, in regard to making a case that is a prima facie breach of my privilege as a member not to be threatened or intimidated by another member in the performance or conduct of my duties, and second, having it raised with the Speaker at the earliest opportunity. It is therefore, Mr. Speaker, that should you find a prima facie case of privilege, that I would be prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you.
Are there interventions on this same point of privilege? The honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would just ask that you may, or I would ask you to defer your decision until the member for Calgary East is available to make comment on the comments by the member opposite.
Any other interventions on this same point of privilege at this point? The point raised by the honourable member for Brandon Souris is certainly a legitimate one, and I think that before any final ruling is given by the chair, we will hear the honourable member for Calgary East, just for the sake of having both members of Parliament who are in this dispute have their say on the floor of the House of Commons. But I would say, by way of anticipating what might be the final ruling, that it does also say in Marilyn Montpetit that the Speaker has no authority, and I'm quoting, no authority to rule on statements made outside the House by one member against the other. And so, while it may be, and I make no judgment in the matter, regrettable or inappropriate or whatever, certain things that happen outside the House in friendship groups, ironically, in friendship groups, it may be that the House or the Chair has no particular authority in the matter, but we'll hear from the member from Calgary East, and a final judgment will be made at that time. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
The third reading of Bill C-52, Budget Implementation Act 2007.
The resuming debate. The honourable member for Edmonton Sherwood Park.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to stand in the House in order to support the bill before us today, Bill C-52. As many members here know, I have for a long time been very interested in finances, particularly as they pertain to ordinary taxpayers, small businesses, and families. This was one of the things actually that drew me into the parliamentary part of my life. And I like particularly in this bill the measure, and there are so many things in here that I could speak for probably several hours if the rules permitted, but I shall speak only for a short time. And I'd like to first of all mention my very, very enthusiastic support for the principle of income splitting for pensioners. This is long overdue. Mr. Speaker, particularly in my generation, there were many, many families that had only a single income, and that was our case as well. We made the choice that my wife, the mother of our children, would be a full-time mom for our kids, and I really, really value that. I think that she probably contributed more to the well-being of our country by doing that than I did going to work every day, even though I may have gotten up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I also will mention, Mr. Speaker, that we had perfect children. I don't know if you did, but ours were. I know, for example, that right after they were born, I declared quite seriously that they never cried at night. They never once awakened me. My wife, on the other hand, I think may have some other stories to tell in that regard. But anyway, this bill, among other things, allows income splitting for pensioners in order to bring them into a lower tax rate, which I think is very, very important, because let's recognize, Mr. Speaker, that most people who have made these choices also have half the income throughout their lifetime and half the pension when they retire. So this is really part of the theme of tax fairness. The other thing that is very, very relevant here is the new tax credit of up to $2,000. Our government, this party, and I as an individual, recognize both the value of families raising children, but also the tremendous expense that entails. And so having a new tax deduction, tax credit of up to $2,000 is a tangible recognition of that. And I applaud our finance minister and our government for introducing measures like this. The other one, Mr. Speaker, that I also greatly or support is the making the equality of the spousal deduction equal to that of the single wage earner when there is but one wage earner in the home. Another very pro-family measure that is being taken. I know, Mr. Speaker, and I don't want to sound in any way negative about this, but the support, the money needed to support a person is really independent of whether or not they work outside the home. And so over the years, I know in our experience, my wife actually spent as much money as I did, probably more, because she managed our household expenses. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I used to say that we have specialization in our family. I earn the money and my wife spends it. And the object is for me to be just a little better at my job than she is at hers. But there definitely are expenses that are involved in the support of a spouse who is not working. And to make that basic exemption equal, I think, is just a measure of fairness, which, again, I support wholeheartedly and enthusiastically. So, Mr. Speaker, because I believe so strongly and firmly in the merits of this bill, I therefore move, seconded by the member from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock, that this question be now put. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
Mr. Epps, seconded by Mr. Devlin, moved that the question be now put. Resuming debate.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments on the speech by the member for Edmonton-Sherwood Park, the honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it certainly is disappointing for me to hear that the member wants to stifle debate on the budget, probably the most important item. But, Mr. Speaker, I would maybe want to simply ask him to clarify his statements with regard to what he described as income splitting for pensioners. Mr. Speaker, it's pension income splitting. Pension income splitting, not income splitting. Because pensioners, in fact, do earn other income, which is not from a registered plan. I'd also suggest to him, Mr. Speaker, that 70% of seniors do not have registered pension plans. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, the personal exemption at the lowest rate is $36,500 plus the $2,000 pension income deduction, means that this will only benefit those who have a pension income of over about $40,000. Mr. Speaker, when you take that into account, as well as where the other spouse has some pension income, Mr. Speaker, the calculations from the experts before our Finance Committee has indicated that only 14% of seniors will benefit at all from pension income deduction. This was brought in, Mr. Speaker, as well as a measure to try to distract from the fact that they broke their promise on income trusts and decided to tax. They decided to tax income trusts when they said they wouldn't, Mr. Speaker, and somehow that $25 billion of the value of pension assets of about 2 million Canadians was wiped out permanently by that broken promise. So, Mr. Speaker, how does the member rationalize that a benefit to some high-income pension-earning seniors, only 14% of all seniors, is somehow a appropriate offset to the extraordinary damage done to over 2 million Canadians when the government broke its promise and taxed income trusts?
Very good. The honourable member for Edmonton-Sherwood Park.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, this member is on this theme all the time, and he doesn't acknowledge that it's necessary in our country to have tax fairness, which is what our government's policies are all about, including the fact that big businesses need to pay their share of taxes in our country so that the rest of us don't have to pay a whole bunch more. And I really think that the member is sort of off track on this. With respect to all of these wipeouts, Mr. Speaker, I read recently that some of these income trusts are actually valued higher now than they were before October the 31st. So it's a myth when he says that this was all put out. So, and with respect to the income splitting, indeed, I think I used the words income splitting for pensioners, and it wasn't 100% accurate. I acknowledge that he's right there. It's for pension income. for pensioners. So, but I would rather, Mr. Speaker, I would rather do something than nothing. And the fact that our government is going forward in these measures is nothing but positive in my view.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Island North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And listening to the honourable member's comments on his idyllic lifestyle of the past, he talks about something that my generation hasn't experienced in a large way, and that's the one wage earner family. And for my children and the next generation, more and more, we have more and more highly educated young people who are having, when they get married, start a family. The couple has to work to make ends meet. The honourable member's point of view is a thing of the past. The Cleavers are now a rerun, Mr. Speaker. So I have to ask the member, with the two-wage earner family working at sometimes more than one part-time job to make ends meet, working more, earning less, and all the expenses that they have, higher housing costs, and those kinds of things. And yet this government's budget is based on spend first and then get a rebate. But these families can't afford to do that, Mr. Speaker, so they're left out. They find themselves having to scramble to make ends meet. So I'm just wondering, Mr. Speaker, why this budget didn't include a national child care program that was affordable and that would be accessible to families, instead of this the $100 a month that gets cut off when your child turns 6, a national housing program that would help make housing more affordable for ordinary Canadians, prescription drug costs, make prescription drugs free for ordinary families. They talked about it in their election campaign about having catastrophic drug plan, and yet we have seen nothing. And home care for our seniors who would rather be at home in their houses to live their lives in dignity. And so those kinds of support, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering why the budget didn't include those.
The honourable member for Edmonton Sherwood Park.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I look at the bigger picture. First of all, I'd like to thank the member for acknowledging my being in another generation. I'm rather proud of the fact that I'm an old guy. I remember, Mr. Speaker, when I turned 50, I said to my dad, remember when I was a kid, you used to say, when will you grow up? Well, at my 50th birthday, I said to my dad, don't give up, Dad. I think soon now it's going to happen. And so I'm glad to be in the generation above. But, you know, Mr. Speaker, it is true that when I was a youngster, it was true that most families had only one wage earner. That was true for about, I think, probably around 50% of the people in my generation. And that is a reality. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I think it's so important for us in this budget to acknowledge that by offering an additional tax credit for children. That's not dependent on how many wage earners there are. It's so important for us, Mr. Speaker, to lower taxes in general, so that you know, one of the problems that people have in needing to have both parents work, is that they have such a huge tax bill. And I'm committed, Mr. Speaker, I have been since 1993, to working hard at reducing that total tax bill for families and for individuals. That's where we should be. That's where we should be working. And we need to do more and more on that in putting forward that part of our financial agenda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Peterborough.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much appreciate getting in on the debate, and I enjoyed the member's remarks. Indeed, this is a family-friendly budget. It's a budget that's good for seniors. Pension income splitting is absolutely good for seniors. And I'll tell you, for the seniors in my riding, the ones that have worked for, say, General Electric or Quaker Oats or General Motors, or perhaps they were a nurse or a teacher, this is a big, big win. It's a big savings. It's really going to help them, Mr. Speaker. And I'll tell you, you know, it's always incredible to hear the Liberals stand in this House, the party of the sponsorship scandal, the party of the fiscal imbalance, the party of inequity for Ontario, the party of inequity for Quebec, the party of inequity right across this country, the party of regional division, stand up and say, hey, we don't like this budget. Based on what? Based on nothing. based on nothing. This is a budget that they never could have delivered. They never would have delivered fairness to Canadians. They never delivered more money for healthcare. They never delivered more money for post-secondary education. They starved the services Canadians want. I want to know from the member that gave the speech, and I really appreciated the speech, whether he acknowledges that this budget is in line with what the constituents in his riding were looking for. I know it's well within the desires of my constituents. They wanted fairness. They wanted an end to the fiscal imbalance. They wanted clean government. They didn't want a sponsorship scandal. Is this what your constituents were looking for?
The honourable member for Edmonton-Sherwood Park.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend my colleague for his very well-phrased question. And included in the question, and I don't know whether he was ever been a teacher. I was for many years. One of the best skills one can use as a teacher is to promote the thinking of the student. And so what he has done by his question is using the Socratic method here. He has basically delivered for me the answer to it by giving all of those correct answers. I am so proud and very, very pleased, Mr. Speaker, to be part of a party and having gained the trust of Canadians to the point where they asked us to form the government. I'm very, very proud to be a part of that group which is committed and dedicated to all of the things he mentioned in sharp and abrupt contrast to the party opposite in the 13 years that they mismanaged the affairs of this country. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to get up and to respond to the hot air that we've recently heard. And I mean, you talk about raising taxes or not raising taxes, all right? 2005, the tax rate was 15%. When we were in government, 2006, and for anybody who wants to go back and look at your tax forms, it was 15.25%. On the minimum taxation, that's the tax that affects the most vulnerable and all of the people that we on this side of the House very much care a lot about. And frankly, the reason you came into office with $11 billion surplus is because of the great work that this government did here. That's why you had all of that money. And it's a strong economy, and that's the 13 years of work that we did on this side of the House after the Conservatives left up with a $42 billion deficit. So don't tell me about what we did, because I can give you a list of all the great things we did in the 13 years we were here. But anyway, in spite of the efforts from my colleague on the other side of the House trying to end and stifle the debate here on this budget, I'm glad to have the opportunity to speak to it because it is very important about what's in it and what's not in it. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what's not in it and the implications to all of us as Canadians. Clearly, we're faced with about governing important issues for Canada than it is about writing checks. It's about real leadership. It's about identification of what are the issues that matter to Canadians. Canadians don't want a country in which everyone is forced to fend for himself or herself. They want a strong and united Canada, led by a government with a real commitment to meeting our country's challenges and making all our lives better. Sadly, this minority Conservative government has proven time and time again that they don't understand the challenges of working families. They certainly don't understand the riding of York West and the need for many in my riding to improve their quality of life, as in many other areas across Canada. The Conservatives' second budget does little for my province of Ontario as well. My constituents will have to wait until 2014 for fairness on federal health transfers. That is simply far too long for patients and others who are waiting for necessary surgery. Just imagine telling somebody, well, you're going to have to wait till 2011 for your surgery to happen. That's not the Canada that we all are proud of. This breach of trust breaks a Conservative campaign promise to address wait times immediately. Whatever happened to that fifth priority of health care? Certainly don't hear anything about that ever since they got elected. Did the Conservatives really think the Canadians wouldn't notice when they carefully turned their backs on investing in health care? You're not hearing anything about it in any of these budgets. There was absolutely no mention in this budget of homelessness or the need for affordable housing, an issue that clearly resonates across all of Ontario and in many parts of Canada. The government also needs to be investing in the infrastructure that we're going to need to be competitive for Canada's future. One example is the need for a Windsor-Detroit border crossing that one of our colleagues has been working on for a very long time, and one of the things that we had committed to improving that infrastructure. There clearly already is a private investor who's ready to swoop in and make a fortune by providing that twinning. Is that an issue that we want to see go ahead and not have a government support and put into the private hands? I don't think so. I'm sure Mike Harris's buddy, the finance minister, wouldn't want to be in a debacle such as the 407. He had a front row seat for that charade, so let's make sure that we look at that twinning issue between the Windsor-Detroit border as an important issue for all of us. It's time for the government to start taking some concrete action on some of these issues. And when it comes to investing in our cities, this government clearly won't put its money where its mouth is. The previous Liberal government had committed over $800 million to public transit. But sadly, transit has fallen off the Conservative government's radar screen. The minister said last weekend this national transit strategy is not about new funding. So then how are we going to get buses and railway cars? Is his speeches going to supply them? I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. I asked a question of the minister this week on that issue of infrastructure and investing in transit. I'm still waiting for an answer, but that's typical of how we deal with things here as we go through question period. We try to get answers, and we get a lot of the same old kind of answers from them about what we did and what we didn't do. It's time they recognize that they are the government. It's time they started producing, not simply pointing fingers. This budget also ignores the Conservative campaign promise to lower airport rents and address the issue of ground fees at Pearson International Airport in Toronto, one of the biggest airports in all of North America. Toronto Pearson drives the Greater Toronto Area, Canada's economic engine. Just a reminder in case they forgot. Airport ground rent makes up a considerable component of airport cost and factors prominently in the setting of annual airport fees and charges. Perhaps if the Conservatives had won a seat in the GTA, our airport would get the deal it deserves, but clearly they didn't, and we're going to make sure that they don't. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative budget is a colossal disappointment for Canadians. Our Liberal Party clearly cannot support such a narrow, ineffective budget, particularly at a time when Canada faces enormous challenges on competitiveness, the environment, and social justice. When the Finance Minister was crafting his budget, he was clearly far more concerned with positioning the Conservatives for an election than with improving the lives of Canadians. Instead of demonstrating a real commitment to meeting Canada's challenges, the Conservatives squandered this budget on short-sighted measures aimed clearly at an early election that Canadians didn't want. They told us that through whatever polls were being done, that they were not anxious to see another $500 million spent on an election campaign, wanted us to spend our time governing and leading Canada forward. But after seeing their plummeting poll numbers, the Conservatives readjusted the muzzles and crawled back into their bunkers and said, we'd better hold tight and figure out what else we can possibly do to win the hearts of Canadians. They still haven't managed to do that. This budget fails to offer real tax relief. Taxes began to go up, as I indicated earlier, the day this government took power. The lowest income tax rate was 15% in 2005. We have the forms here to show that. But in 2006, it went up suddenly to 15.5% in 2007. That is attacking those at the very lowest income tax rate that really need our help more than anyone else. The Conservatives also decreased the amount that they can be earned tax-free in 2006. So, all this issue about raising taxes, lowering taxes, clearly they're going after the lower income earners and giving the tax break to the higher income tax earners. The least they could do was reverse some of those tax hikes if they really cared about the most vulnerable in our society. This budget maintains the Conservative tax hike on the first $35,000 of income. The cost of this tax hike was $1.4 billion, and it clearly cancels out the benefit of their new child tax credit they're so proud to talk about. Overall, the tax relief for hardworking Canadians with that new child tax credit is a measly $80 per taxpayer. The budget fails to help Canadians safeguard our environment or fight climate change, which they finally have acknowledged there is a problem when you have snow in Calgary and 32 degrees, 32 Fahrenheit Celsius in Toronto. That has to tell you there's something going wrong with our climate, and we better start paying attention to it. Cuts back our energy commitments to renewable energy to 4,000 megawatts from 5,500 megawatts of support for clean and sustainable production. It keeps tax breaks for new oil sands expansion in place until 2015 to help with their plan for explosive growth. It slows our planned cleanup of lakes and waterways. It replaces rewards for those who make energy-saving changes with gimmicks that cost thousands of dollars for every ton reduced, but I guess are an easier sell to the taxpayer. This budget also fails to offer new support to the provinces and to the territories. The Conservatives cut nearly $10 billion from projected federal, provincial, territorial transfers through 2010-11 by killing the Liberal child care agreements. Something was an extremely important and something that we were very proud of to see go ahead, which was a major social program of investing in our children and providing them with opportunities for the future. They also scrapped the labour market partnership agreements and reneged on much of the Canada-Ontario agreement that would have brought millions of dollars into Ontario for a variety of investment, from everything to do with the immigration to housing and to meet some of the social needs that we have in the province. In place of these agreements, they put back $11.1 billion in new funding. So the net benefit to provinces over the next 5 years is about $1.1 billion. Clearly, they're getting shortchanged. Their budget fails to position Canada for the 21st century's global marketplace. In 2005, the Liberal government put forward the Can Trade strategy, which provided $485 million over 5 years to help Canadian businesses succeed in emerging markets, remembering that the success of our businesses is the success of our country. And investing in our businesses provides jobs and ensures that we will have a healthy Canada for our children and our grandchildren. See, we have lots of children seem to be visiting us here today, and I think it's important for them to know that we all care very much about ensuring that Canada stays strong and is able to provide lots of opportunity for them. The Conservatives scrapped that initiative and have now replaced it with $60 million over the next 2 years. The Conservative budget also cut $970 million from the indirect cost of research program, which provides support to Canadian universities, a very important program that we were working on. That was important for us to continue with that opportunity for our young people who want to focus on investment and research to everything from renewable energy to biomedical issues and things that are important in the research community. So those kind of cuts severely hurt those industries. The Conservatives are failing to offer new support to students. I'm sure will be of interest to those in the House today. The budget doesn't put a penny in the pockets of Canada's undergraduate students. What a shame that is, because that's an important investment again in our young people. There's money for Canada's top 4,000 graduate students, but the vast majority of our students will get no help at all. Now, how is that investing in our young people? Only gets investment in our special ones, never mind all of the rest of them that are struggling to put themselves through university. The budget fails to help working families. In 2006, the Conservatives promised 125,000 new child care spaces over 5 years. Well, 18 months into this mandate, Canadian families are still waiting. When are they going to realize this promise? It wasn't worth the paper it was printed on. There have been 0 spaces created in the past year, and many families are still waiting. What's worse, the so-called universal child care benefit, neither universal nor child care, I'd like to note, is fully taxable, and the government will rake in an average of $400 more per family. Now, how is that supposed to be a child care program? The Conservatives simply don't understand the pressures facing low and middle-income families, and they clearly don't care either. Once again, the government is turning its back on the majority of hard-working Canadians. The Conservatives implement tax policies that look helpful on the surface, but their benefit is cancelled out quickly by the tax hikes on low and middle-income Canadians. hidden in last year's budget, which still have not been reversed. The Leader of the Opposition has called on the Conservatives to demonstrate a real commitment to meeting Canada's challenges by using the upcoming budget to set a long-term course for success, instead of squandering the budget on short-sighted measures aimed at an early election that they so badly wanted. Because of their desperation for a majority, the minority Conservative government wasted a year cutting spending and breaking promises instead of making progress on critical challenges and moving Canada forward. The Conservatives' reversal on income trust cost Canadians $25 billion of their savings. Let me repeat that line to make sure it's clear. The Conservatives' reversal on income trust cost Canadians $25 billion of their savings. Majority of that were pensioners and seniors living on fixed income who had invested their money and were relying on the income from those income trusts. Their softwood lumber deal that they hosted was a huge success. Left $1 billion of Canadian businesses' money in the hands of their U.S. competitors. That was Canadian money that ended up staying over there. And the Conservatives decided to cut $1 billion from crucial social programs, despite a $13 billion surplus. I don't know how they sleep at night with knowing that they had an opportunity to do so much for our country, and they end up doing so little. Now the Conservatives are on a spending spree, repackaging many of the programs that they cut and misleading Canadians by re-announcing the programs as new, in a cynical strategy in an attempt to fool Canadians. Well, we clearly know from the polls that they're not fooling very many people. Canadians are smarter than that, and they won't be fooled. They see what damage this government is doing. Look at the Summer Jobs Students Program, for example. Look at what they cut that, then they put some money back, and then when everybody started hollering about all of the cuts to serious programs that were not going to be happening in our ridings across Canada, they quickly had to do an end run and try and find some money to put back into that program. The Conservative government's repackaged and reduced summer jobs program has left community programs across this country in jeopardy. Programs that have existed for years won't be able to run this year, and many students will be robbed of valuable employment opportunities. The Ontario government, and I think we have to really recognize Mr. McGuinty for what he's done, because he rescued a Toronto camp for autistic children, which was an important camp for many young people that needed that for their parents to be able to rely on a good, solid program for their children. It was left on the chopping block by Conservative cutbacks. But what about all the other programs that weren't so lucky? And I'm not talking about large corporations, I'm talking about small community groups that depend on government support to hire students, support they have enjoyed every summer until the government took it away. In my riding, we had many summer camp programs that both made sure that our children had a safe summer and a learning opportunity, but they also employed many young people in the riding so that they wouldn't have idle hands over the summer and find themselves getting into trouble, but they would have a structured program every day to be part of, both as being an employee, and maybe their first job for the summer was working at one of these camps that were operating out of one of our local schools, so that in many ways you were helping both giving our young kids an opportunity over the summer to be busy and to have an enjoyable summer, and you were also providing a young person with a career opportunity. Many of these young people that work on these summer camp programs across the city ended up going into Teachers College and finding that that was where they wanted to go ultimately. So it was a great career opportunity. Unfortunately, many of them are going to be denied this summer. The government must undo the damage it has done, and I'm still calling, and many of my colleagues are calling on the government to restore full funding to all of those federal summer jobs programs. And on the subject of Conservative incompetence, after being caught red-handed trying to engineer a patronage program with funds destined to support cultural events, the Conservative Heritage Minister's paralysis is endangering the future of some of Canada's great cultural events. The Conservative government in its budget announced a new program to support cultural events that we all supported, but then they say they won't be able to deliver it until next fall. This government has failed again. It doesn't seem to understand that given Canada's climate, most of these large events take place during the summer. So never before has a government done so little with so much. Despite the tremendous resources the government had at its disposal, this budget does little for the average working family, and it does nothing but pay lip service to issues of competitiveness, the environment, and social justice. And it does nothing to position Canada for the 21st century. Mr. Speaker, that's Stephen Harper's Canada. I live in a proper Canada. Oh, my apologies.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, yes, Mr. Speaker, you know, we all want to have a strong Canada that is providing opportunities for all our young people to move forward, takes care of our seniors, ensures that they have a good healthcare system for all. That's the kind of Canada we all want to have, and clearly that's not the kind of Canada that I see us going in the direction right now. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Burlington.
I want to comment. I want to thank the intervention from our colleague across the way, and I'm a little confused when she talks about where we've been on the wait times guarantee. There was a report card done by the Wait Times Alliance this spring that showed in a couple of areas in particular, where, for example, with the joint replacements, we're up to they rated us a B, up from a C. They rated us from a C to a B in site restoration. But she also says there's nothing in this budget, which is an absolute not true piece of information that she's provided. The budget 2007 tackles wait times with over $1 billion in funding, $612 million in patient wait time guarantee trust, $30 million in wait time pilot projects, $400 million in the Canada Health Info Highway. This is an independent nonprofit corporation that's helping advance the use of health information technology across the country. We are spending money on health care. We are working on the health care guarantee. Obviously, it's not an easy thing to do. Even I think the member across would say it's not easy. If it was easy, maybe the Liberals would have done something over the last 13 years when they were in power on it. But in fact, our health care system deteriorated under their tutelage. We are working on these issues. We have tackled these issues. We've budgeted for these issues, and we are making a difference. My question to the member is she then saying that the Wait Time Alliance doesn't know what they're talking about?
The honourable member for York West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Every time, we hear this 13 years, I just want to remind the member that when we took power in 1993, thinking we were coming into a reasonably fiscally responsible government, we found out that we had a $42 billion deficit, that our country was at a point of bankruptcy. Imagine Canada being at a point of bankruptcy as a result of the previous Conservative government. We, all of us as Canadians and our government, had to make significant cutbacks to the provinces, to our social transfer, in order to try to get this House in order. It was in the last 5-6 years that we were starting to reap the benefits, as they are now, with the fact that they came into government with a $9 billion surplus. We had already signed agreements with our provinces and had invested a 10-year program on the whole issue of health care, and invested a whole lot of money. If the wait times are going down there, they're going down now as a result of the good work that we have done and the plan and the work that we've done with the provinces. So they shouldn't be trying to take any kind of credit for any reduction in any of the numbers, because clearly with the budget they weren't adding any extra. They were just continuing on the same Liberal plan that we already had there. So I'm quite proud of what we've done, and the reason that they have money to invest in all of the programs they're doing was the work that we did and the good administration on this side of the House when we were the government.
Honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, once again, the member doesn't like to hear about 13 years, but I'm going to say it. 13 years in power, and they were just about to take off, Mr. Speaker. They were suddenly going to right all the wrongs. They talk about the deficit that they assumed. Well, it's been proven by study after study that that deficit was merely the interest on the previous Trudeau debt. That's what that was. And McGill University very specifically said that former Prime Minister Mulroney's government had the best financial record of any government in the last century in Canada. That's the facts. That's what the studies demonstrate. The Liberals don't like hearing that. Let me tell you something else the Liberals don't like hearing about. The member mentioned healthcare. The healthcare wait times doubled under the Liberal government. That's the facts. Healthcare wait times under this government are going down. They don't like facts. They don't like hearing about increased spending for things like the healthcare infoway. In fact, I don't even think that they like things like the Eco Energy Trust, Mr. Speaker, which are going to help the provinces clean up their act. They did nothing on this. They don't like hearing about the fiscal imbalance. They don't like hearing that Dalton McGuinty is in fact very happy with this budget, and he's a Liberal in Ontario. You know what else they don't like hearing about? They don't like hearing promises from people like John Tory, a man that's going to keep his promises on things like autism and deliver real treatment for kids with autism in Ontario, something that the Liberals have never done and never would do. Mr. Speaker, you know what? I'm really quite offended that the Liberals would stand in this House, vote against this budget, a budget that's good for post-secondary education, a budget that's good for families, a budget that's good for healthcare, a budget that's good for Canada. I'd like to know why this member's voting against it.
Honourable member for York West.
Thank you very much. Well, I'd just like to remind the honourable member that his side of the House voted against a national program on the issue of autism, something that we all care very much about. But when he's in here and he's, has a lot of energy to expel, and I'm being positive when I say that, I'm really proud of what we accomplished over 13 years, because the reason Canada now is doing so well and our country is doing as well is because of that. And if we start to go downhill, it'll be clearly because their priorities are not the priorities of Canadians. But I want to remind them about the fact that one of the comments that their leader made over the last campaign was the fact that he made all kinds of promises that he wouldn't tax income trusts, a whole lot of issues. He was going to honour the Atlantic Accord. He said anything and did anything to get elected. Now that he's in power, he's finding out he can't do that, so it's clearly going, and one broken promise every week is another broken promise. Is clearly a man and a government that you can't trust.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Council. Final question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague on her presentation here today. And the energy coming off the other bench today is it's just something else. And there are all these nuggets that come from the other side in the midst of debate. Yesterday the member from Wascana was in the midst of debate, and the government House leader, we were talking about the cuts to the students, and we know that community groups have been devastated by the cuts to the students. We know that students, by the cuts to the summer student job placement. We know that students are hurting, and the member from Peterborough talking about all we're doing for students. We just ripped about half the jobs away from them that they had last year. But the government House leader indicated, we've put more money into students this year than you did last year. And that's because they've botched that program so bad that they had to come back, and they knew the uproar across this country from coast to coast, and they had to go back and try to straighten it out and put the fire out, because they ripped the guts out of community groups and they tore their hearts out of students. And it's costing the money. So maybe they did put more money in it, but that money has to come from somewhere. So I'll ask the member, there's an envelope of money in HRDC. Does she think that the possibility of other programs, and I know that she has communities within her riding that rely on HRDC programs, is there a fear that they will be hurt because they botched the student program up so bad they had to take money from other programs? Is that at risk?
The honourable member for York West.
Well, let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, I've been hearing for the last several weeks, as many of the other ones, about the amount of programs that are not receiving funding under the Summer Career Placement Program. And, when we're talking about building a strong Canada, we have to start at the beginning, which means you have to start investing in everything from early learning at zero. You have to provide children with an opportunity to ensure that they have great opportunities to learn, so that we're investing in children, investing in our programs. The Summer Career Placement Program, our Youth Internship Program, are just small examples of the things that had cuts. $5 million cut out of the Status of Women Canada is another example. That was helping women through advocacy and giving women a voice. Many of these programs continue to be cut, and clearly Canadians are going to see the impacts, and that's why the polls are reacting the way they are. And I'm very proud, I'm going to repeat that, of everything that we did as a government. Canada is in the shape it's in today because of the work that we did and this government did.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise to speak on this bill before the House. And of course, I think New Democrats have made it amply clear that we oppose this bill. And I'm going to talk about it from a couple of different perspectives. I think some of my other colleagues have talked about health care, and they've talked about transportation, and they've talked about some of the needs of Vancouver Island North. But I'm going to focus on some other issues in British Columbia, and I'm going to be talking about First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people in this country. There are many of us are well aware that there are a number of major issues facing British Columbia, including housing, improving the provincial infrastructure, and strengthening the BC economy. And although people will note that the BC economy, that the unemployment rate is quite low, that there is a number of communities that are going through enormous transitions as a result of the softwood sellout. And we know that a number of our forestry communities, there was just recently, just in this last week, another announcement in Port Alberni of another 185 jobs being lost. And I know that a number of the mills on Vancouver Island have faced curtailment because they couldn't get fibre supply. And so a number of our communities, although some communities are doing quite well, a number of our communities are actually in a great deal of difficulty. Under the new 10-province standard for equalization, BC falls above the cutoff and will not receive equalization. Despite the increased needs, this budget does not address such things as affordable housing. And I want to talk briefly about Nanaimo, my riding in Nanaimo, Cowichan. In a paper called Advancing Social Development in Nanaimo, Directions for Moving Forward, November 8, 2006, the organization in Nanaimo undertook to survey a number of groups that provide services. And there was a couple of startling things that came out, and they're tied to housing and employment and income. And one of the things that was noted is that respondents cited the high levels of poverty, including child poverty in Nanaimo. They also stated that the community was becoming more polarized between rich and poor, with the latter having few options to improve their economic circumstances. And of course, Mr. Speaker, this relates directly to housing. One of the respondents to the questionnaires that they put out said that shelter is a basic need. It is the foundation upon which stable lives are built. Respondents cited the increasing cost of housing, both owned and rental. And they also cited the increasing incidence of homelessness and raised concerns about the declining stock market, the declining stock of market rental housing. They also noted that with regard to the market rental housing and house vacancy rate, it decreased from 3.4% in 2002 to 1.4% in 2005. Now, Mr. Speaker, what that adds up to is an increasing number of people in Nanaimo, Cowichan who simply cannot find a place to live.
Sorry, but I have to interrupt the honourable member at this point. The honourable member will have 17 minutes left in a 20-minute speech whenever the House returns to this particular bill. Déclaration des députés, statements by members. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Speaker, in 13 years, the previous Liberal government did little on trade and allowed Canada to fall behind. Our government has delivered by concluding free trade negotiations with 4 countries of the European Free Trade Association. This is Canada's first free trade association in 6 years. The previous Liberal government negotiated for 9, but failed to get an agreement. Under Conservative leadership, Canada has secured a deal. This is also Canada's first free trade agreement with European countries and represents an important step in strengthening commercial ties with the European Union. This follows a successful trip by the Prime Minister at the EU summit, where he announced Canada and the EU will look at a closer economic integration. Our government is also committed to closer ties with Latin America, and our new free trade negotiations with Colombia, Peru, and the Dominican Republic will help strengthen our competitive position in the Americas. Thanks to the leadership of our government, Canada is back in the game.
For your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I continue to hear from my constituents who are very concerned about their family and friends living in Sri Lanka. Increased violence in Sri Lanka has led to people being displaced, and we are hearing about terrible human rights abuses. Recently, a UN envoy and Nordic truce monitors have also raised significant concerns about human rights abuses amid renewed civil war. It's time for the Canadian government to step up and take on a leadership role in finding a resolution to this conflict for once and for all. Canadians expect their government to take action without delay in light of these atrocities and will accept nothing less. It is essential that we act now to ensure an immediate end to the violence which has cost so many innocent lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. For almost 10 years now, the Élie Carrier Community Centre in Quaticook has provided activities to seniors. Many seniors are isolated and alone, and this leisure activity program, which has the strong support of doctors, is a winning formula that attracts a large number of participants in providing outings, contacts, varied and accessible activities, conferences, and plays. The Élie Carrier Community Centre provides an excellent opportunity to seniors to be entertained and find companionship. Mr. Maurice Salois, who created the project and is the former president, as well as Micheline Michaud, the current president, deserve our congratulations. And we hope that the centre will have a long and happy life and continue to provide a better life for our seniors.
For Halifax.
In 2004, this government made a promise in the Atlantic Accord to exempt for 14 years offshore oil and gas revenues from Nova Scotia and Newfoundland Labrador's equalization calculations. It was a good deal, a done deal, and now the government is hell-bent to make it a broken deal. Atlantic Canadians are furious and will fight tooth and nail to force the government to honour their signature on this political and legal document. In this House, we've challenged an Atlantic minister, any minister, to fight for the Atlantic Accord. But so far, neither the member from Central Nova nor the member from St. John's South Mount Pearl have shown the guts or integrity to stand up for their constituents or for their region. Mr. Speaker, we want to work with this government across party lines, across jurisdictions, to fix the broken promise. And make no mistake, Atlantic Canadians will continue fighting until the budget is fixed and the Atlantic Accord promise is kept.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, in a speech on Monday, David Suzuki alleged that the David Suzuki Foundation was being hounded by the current government, quote unquote, through Revenue Canada audits due to his criticism. However, Stephen Hazel, the Executive Director of the Sierra Club of Canada, said that the trend predates Prime Minister Stephen Harper's government. He said, and I quote, "This is something I would not blame the Conservative government for."
For Cardigan. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is World Ocean Day. Created in 1992 at the Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro, World Ocean Day is an opportunity to celebrate the life-giving role of oceans worldwide. This year's theme is Oceans Only a River Away. Our oceans shape every aspect of our lives, where we live, work, play, what we eat, the climate conditions we experience. Mr. Speaker, our oceans, coastal and marine waters confront us with serious challenges, habitat loss, water quality and quantity issues, the threat of invasive species, and of course climate change. On this World Ocean Day, let us remember the immeasurable value the world oceans bring us and think about what we can do to protect them. In this spirit, Mr. Speaker, I call on the Conservative government to give up their climate change denier and take some real action to protect our environment and to defend our oceans.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, imagine my surprise when I recently heard the Bloc members from Repentigny and Sherbrooke express concern about seniors in the eastern townships. It's ironic because the Bloc is a powerless party and it will forever remain stuck to their opposition seats. Let's look at the facts. Since 1990, the Bloc has introduced 234 private members' bills, but only 2 were adopted, neither one dealing with seniors. That's an average of 1 bill every 8 years. And those are the facts. The Bloc has a very sad record. Since it took office, our government has provided more than $1 billion worth of tax breaks to seniors and pensioners, and it created the National Council for Seniors. It announced measures so that the Canada Pension Plan and Old Age Security would meet the needs of Canadians today and in the future. While the Bloc, the Honourable Member for Laval, Last May 25th, Nancy Gerges, a reporter at the Chaumery News, won 2 awards during the 26th annual convention of the Quebec Regional Newspapers Association. She was awarded the first prize in the environment category for her article on the swimming pools in Laval. The judges found that her article was well written, educational, and it provided readers with information that was easy to understand and explain the sciences of the environment. She also won the 3rd prize in the Best Business Article category with an article dealing about how local employers are having a hard time finding local workers. Congratulations, Nancy, for putting your talent to the service of the people of Laval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Jean Gauvin, who passed away on Wednesday evening at the age of 61. Mr. Gauvin served the province of New Brunswick as a member of the Legislative Assembly from 1978 to 1987, and again from 1991 to 1995. He will be fondly remembered for his heartfelt concern for fishing issues, which he championed while serving in the Hatfield government as Fisheries Minister. In 2000, Jean and I were both candidates in the federal election when I ran in Fundy Royal and Jean ran in Acadie Bathurst. I witnessed firsthand his continued commitment to improving the lives of New Brunswickers and, in fact, all Canadians. On behalf of the Conservative Party of Canada, I extend my sympathy to his families and his friends at this difficult time.
L'Honourable Deputy de Laval-les-Îles.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, the action plan for official languages created by the Liberal government is drawing to an end and will die in 2008. Francophones throughout Canada and Anglophones in Quebec have told us how important this program was to the development of their community, and they are worried about the survival of the action plan and are wondering if the Conservative government intends to act to extend it. Recently, the Prime Minister stated that the new government intends to support linguistic duality and linguistic minorities throughout the country. As the Official Languages Commissioner said, the government's messages are very positive, but the action undertaken in this past year doesn't meet with the approval of the public. There should be an even more vigorous action plan than the one that was launched in 2003 when the member was Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs.
50 years ago, on June the 10th, 1957, Canada's first Asian Canadian was elected to Parliament. As a Conservative, Douglas Jung was nicknamed the Giant Killer when he took out the Liberal Minister of Defence in that election. It was just one milestone in his notable career in Canadian public life. Born in Victoria in 1924, the 2-term MP was the first Chinese Canadian to argue a case before the BC Court of Appeal and served Canada at the United Nations. Despite not being recognized as an official citizen of Canada, Douglas Jung enlisted in the Canadian Forces in World War II. The patriotism that he and his fellow Chinese veterans displayed ultimately paved the way for the repeal of the Chinese Exclusion Act and the full citizenship rights of the Chinese Canadians. Chinese Canadians continue to be leaders in many fields of Canadian life. I call on members of the House to join me in celebrating the achievements of Mr. Jung in this place 5 decades ago.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to expose the Conservative crime plan as an attempt to import a failed American-style justice system into Canada. What hasn't worked in the U.S. is not going to work in Canada either. The reality is that the Conservative scheme is simplistic and costly because the government refuses to use the most effective crime prevention tools. Using those tools means fewer victims. When the Conservatives say tough on crime, they mean funneling taxpayer dollars solely into incarceration, not prevention. The truth is that for every dollar invested into crime prevention, $6 are saved in policing and incarceration costs, and there are far fewer victims. Instead of just being tough on crime, we need to be smart on crime. The NDP wants to see tough penalties for violent offenders, but even more importantly, we want to invest to ensure that crimes are never committed in the first place. We need to cut crime at the roots. The solutions are fighting poverty and addiction, investing in education, supporting our youth, building stronger communities, and strengthening our police forces. That's being smart on crime.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Status of Women Committee has recently completed a study on the economic security of women. Women from across the country repeatedly spoke about the need for quality childcare so that they can go to school or go to work and know that their children were safe and cared for. In Winnipeg South Centre, there are more children on wait lists than enrolled in childcare centres. 80% of the centres have lengthy wait lists. The Conservatives' 2006 platform said the Conservatives believe in freedom of choice in childcare, Mr. Speaker. Where's the choice? In 2005, the Liberal government offered a national plan and signed the first early learning and childcare agreement with Manitoba worth $176 million over 5 years. Now they get $9 million. Instead, this government shamelessly cancelled the agreement. Wait lists and a small taxable allowance is not choice in childcare. Families in Canada deserve better from this government.
Deputy de Gatineau.
Honourable Member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, the City of Gatineau includes among its citizens an 18-year-old pitcher who is the hope of Major League Baseball, and this hope became reality yesterday when Philippe Aumont was drafted to the Seattle Mariners. According to the experts, Philippe Aumont was very likely to be drafted in the first round, and this turned out to be true. He was the 7th pitcher who was drafted. Only 2 other Canadians were chosen before Philippe, that is Adam Loewen by Baltimore and Jeff Francis by Colorado. I'd like to thank his family and the Gatineau Amateur Baseball Association for the support that they have given Philippe. The Bloc Québécois joins me in telling Philippe Aumont that we are proud that he is now in the big leagues, and we wish him all the best in his career. Philippe is a model for young Quebecers who also enjoy their favorite sport. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Deputy to Hull-Elmer.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer. Mr. Speaker, it's with great pleasure that last June 1st I took part in the 12th edition of Fleur de Macadam, a community event that stimulates the imagination of young people and adults. 3,500 students from kindergarten to the higher grades took part in this event where they covered the sidewalks with works of art. And in Aylmer, 3,600 parents and teachers took part in the lunch. And I'd like to congratulate the Optimist Club of Aylmer, led by Mr. Reville, for their excellent work, and the club will celebrate its 35th anniversary serving the people of Aylmer. And I wish a long life to the Aylmer Optimist Club.
Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian public still awaits a public display of leadership by the Liberal leader regarding limits for senators. In May 2006, he expressed his support for term limits by saying that the best deal to deal with Senate reform would be to require senators to agree to sign an agreement promising to step down after 6 years. Later that same month, he said senators should be placed on fixed terms of 6 to 10 years. In December, he said, I'm not against the idea to have a mandate for senators between 8 and 12 years. And in February, he declared that the Liberal Party supported term limits and said a term limit is a good idea if it's not too short. Mr. Speaker, quite simply, the Senate must change, and everyone knows it, including the Liberal leader. When will he put an end to privileged Liberal entitlements and tell his senators to pass the bill to limit the terms of senators, and finally, for once, show some real leadership on this important issue? Thank you.
Oral questions. Questions-orales. The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Bush administration says it feels vindicated today after G8 countries chose to endorse their go-slow approach to climate change. No firm targets, no clear limits, no real action. It didn't have to be this way, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister could have rallied his G8 partners around the German Chancellor's original goals. He could have held up Parliament's Clean Air and Climate Change Act to the world as a model for real action on the environment. Instead, he helped to build a bridge to nowhere. Why, Mr. Speaker? Why did this Prime Minister fail the world?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, the G8 meeting was, I think, a great victory for Canada, where the G8 declaration actually holds out Canada as a model to the world of where to go on climate change. And that was something endorsed by all the G8 leaders. And I read from the media today there are positive reports here from the Montreal Gazette. The Prime Minister looked quite sure-footed this week. The summit declaration has Canada's fingerprints all over it, and for the Prime Minister, it's a leadership moment, one in which he has claimed Canada's modest but sensible role as an honest broker in the single most important club in the world. It's a great success for Canada. We're showing leadership again for a change.
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Some model, Mr. Speaker, a model toy train perhaps, but nothing serious for the planet. Monsieur le Président, ce Premier Ministre...
This Prime Minister failed the test of leadership at the G8 summit. He refused to adopt absolute GHG targets. He said perhaps, eventually, they may seriously consider a reduction of GHGs. Let's be serious here. What is there to consider, Mr. Speaker? Our government, because of its plan, enjoys a credibility. We are playing the role of leader on the world stage, and I wish to quote Jean Lapierre, former minister in the Liberal government, who said this morning, it's not a failure, on the contrary, it is the victory of realism. The European Union is recognizing the role of the UN, but the victory also is that it will become possible to create a real plan for the world, finally. This Prime Minister refused to adopt the simplest measures, to adopt a 20% improvement. All that has been said by the Prime Minister and the Minister of the Environment doesn't hide the fact that Canada has let down the world in the G8. No target, no limits, no action. Canada should have been a leader at the summit. Why did the Prime Minister prefer to facilitate George Bush's agenda?
The Government House Leader.
The statement of the G8 leaders, their declaration said clearly that Canada was a leader.
Model of what should be followed, we have been able to work towards the real step for long-term climate change improvement, that of bringing in the big emitters, the countries like China, the United States, and India. That's why Angela Merkel, president of the G8 for this meeting, declared it a big success. No one can escape this political declaration. It's an enormous step forward. We have very great progress and an excellent result. I know they don't want to believe the head of the G8 and the head of the European Union, but guess what? We think that's a pretty good vote of confidence.
Honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the science is clear. Allowing the Earth's temperature to raise more than 2 degrees Celsius will spell disaster. It will mean severe heat waves, floods, droughts, and hurricanes. But Canada fought to ditch any reference to these 2 degrees, which was a major goal of this G8 meeting. They fought the science. Why? Why does this government reject science, which tells us what must be done?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Why did you do nothing for 10
years? On the contrary, there is absolutely no effort to fight the science. In fact, one of the accomplishments of Canada in the G8 declaration and with the EU has been to be able to have all the parties agree on the science, agree to look at the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change as an example of why this is a matter of concern, and to agree that when it comes to science, science means achieving real reductions, and that's why Canada's plan and Canada's approach is a real model for real reductions in climate change that's held out in the G8 declaration as something that will produce real results for the environment.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in the Prime Minister's race to the basement, he's even poured cold water on the next round of global climate change talks in Bali. The Prime Minister simply doesn't get it. There is only one approach to combating climate change, and that's aggressive, ambitious, early action which is guided by clear limits and firm targets. This government refuses to do that. Their own plan allows emissions to continue to rise beyond 2020. Why did the Prime Minister even bother getting on the plane? Clearly, the Bush administration could easily have represented this Conservative government on the world stage.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal Party made Canada irrelevant on the environment when they allowed our emissions to go up 33%. Now they're making themselves irrelevant by being incapable of comprehending our plan, which actually, for the first time ever, produces real reductions in greenhouse gases. It's a good plan. Don't believe me. Believe Hans Verholm, director of the environmental group World Wildlife Federation, who says the support by the EU, Japan and Canada to cut carbon pollution 50% by 2050 means we are a step closer to taking real action for the world's climate. Believe the WWF. Don't believe those guys.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister will be coming back from the G8 saying that he has made great successes with respect to climate change, but all he did was lower the bar. Even though he claims that he has put forward the case for real targets, we see that it was a failure because the final declaration of the G8 is only a string of pious wishes. Would the government not agree for the role of honest broker that the Prime Minister seeks to play, that he's only been the pawn of George Bush? It is true that there remains a great deal of work to be done, but that is the problem for everyone. Part of the problem is the absence of major emitters like China, India, and the United States. We intend to proceed with vigor to attract them and to achieve real results and real reductions. It was a major success. The member for Rivière-du-Nord, Mr. Speaker, Greenpeace made a very severe criticism of the G8 leaders by saying that they abdicated their historical responsibilities with respect to the Kyoto Accord. Instead of standing with George Bush like he did, should the Prime Minister not have respected Kyoto and truly fought climate change? The Government House Leader.
Change. That's exactly what we've done. That's exactly what we've done in a declaration of the G8 that holds out the European Union, Canada and Japan as models that should be looked at because we will deliver real results. And again, you don't need to believe me. You can listen to somebody like the United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. I know they may not have a lot of respect for the United Nations, but let's look at it. He said that he wholeheartedly welcomes that the G8 leaders have agreed on a strong and early action to combat climate change. The fact is, everybody in the world is applauding the results achieved at the G8 as a great step forward, except...
The Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, despite the fine speeches and the solemn commitments that lead to nothing, we note that there is so little hurry to establish targets that the Prime Minister will be having in his next meeting in Bali, and that is when they would perhaps talk about targets. Would this government not agree that what the Prime Minister has done is really just dealt with the moment rather than to seek concrete, tangible results on a broader basis? The Government House Leader. We will have real targets. We have real targets that are to be achieved. It is a commitment. And it is a commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 50% and to have overall 50% by 2050, the same commitment that has been embraced by the European Union and Japan and others. This is a model. This is a model that everyone should follow. The Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister seems optimistic despite the new report. But since the Conservatives have been in power, the strategy has been to put the deadlines back as far as possible. the emissions deadlines, everything else. Rather than being like India and China, why don't we set real targets to meet the Kyoto Agreement? Mr. Speaker, we have real targets, and we want the other countries, heavy emitters, polluters like China, India, and the United States also to adopt realistic targets, real targets.
A few other people who said good things about what happened. Tony Blair, who called it a major step forward. And then, in the Ottawa Citizen, the Prime Minister is a serious man who devoted his attention to the work of the summit, peace, security, climate change and energy, economic partnerships, regulatory cooperation, and other joint initiatives. He's there showing leadership once again for Canada on the world stage. All Canadians are proud today that Canada is once again a leader.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The U.S. government will suspend its rules requiring its citizens to carry a passport when flying in and out of Canada because of the massive backlog they have. But this decision to waive the rule is not being extended to Canadians. The decision proves that the program is dysfunctional and unfairly hurts Canadians. We know that officials here are swamped with passport applications and are not keeping up. Will the government ask the same exemption for Canadians? Will they stand up for Canada on this issue?
The Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question from the honourable member, particularly knowing that coming from the West Coast, this has affected all Canadians. She's correct that there was an announcement yesterday that the U.S. government has in fact invoked changes with respect to the requirement of travel documents. We are disappointed that thus far they have not extended that to Canadians, and we are taking this matter up with officials in the United States in the hopes that we can bring about some greater alleviation with respect to the implementation of the Western Hemisphere Travel Initiative. And I can assure the honourable member that we are going to continue to work on behalf of Canadian citizens to see that passports are developed are produced in an efficient and timely way.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
You know, Mr. Speaker, this passport fiasco is creating major havoc for Canadians and border communities. You know, the government is too busy helping George Bush water down G8 commitments to do anything about it. So I want to ask the Minister of Foreign Affairs, will he phone the U.S. ambassador and tell him that if the backlog for passports in the U.S. is a good enough reason to exempt U.S. citizens for 6 months, then the backlog here in Canada is a good enough reason to exempt Canadian citizens for 6 months as well. When's he going to clean up this mess? When's he going to ensure that there aren't long lineups and look at extending the length of validation for a passport?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the honourable member and members of her party are fixated on George Bush, but I'll do her one better. I'm not going to call the American ambassador. What I'll do is call my counterpart, the Secretary of State. And, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that the Canadian Passport Office is doing everything it can. In fact, we'll be making some specific announcements today that will further discuss the streamlining and the efficiency and the production of passports, Mr. Speaker. We're doing this with the cooperation of Passport Canada officials who have been doing exemplary work. In fact, to date, they've been able to produce 40% more passports at this time as they did last year.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, in Canada's 2005 federal budget at page 213, this country made an explicit commitment to increase our foreign aid to Africa to reach $2.8 billion. The Conservative government now says that Canada will invest less than that promised amount, and further, that Africa is somehow no longer in Canada's, quote, neighbourhood, no longer a focus for Canadian assistance. The poorest people on the face of the earth in Africa should not be shortchanged by Canada. Specifically, why has this government decided that Africa is no longer a Canadian priority?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that is factually incorrect. In fact, Canada is very much on commitment to meet, on track, I should say, to meet its Glen Eagles commitments. Canada will double its international assistance from 2001 to 2010, with assistance to Africa also doubling in that time frame. Mr. Speaker, according to a report released June 1st by the University of Toronto, G8 research groups and the State University of Moscow, Canada is in full compliance with its commitments on Africa debt relief and security. And, Mr. Speaker, reading from an article in the Globe and Mail by Alan Freeman, it states, it emerged yesterday that the government of the former Prime Minister Paul Martin quietly reneged on its...
Supplementary, the honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, Canada made a clear commitment to Africa in the budget in 2005. It was $2.8 billion. It was in the budget. That budget was passed by this House, and it was not changed. Why is the Canadian position at the current G8 summit to downplay Africa, to reduce Canada's financial commitment, and to shift Canada's primary foreign aid focus away from Africa? That's the public policy question, Mr. Speaker. Why does this government believe that shortchanging Africa is good public policy?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
So we'd all like to know from the member from Wascana why his government did just that. He admitted in an op-ed written by his own hand yesterday that his government didn't spend all the money they apparently had budgeted for Africa. It went on to say the level of aid provided by Canada to Africa in the last fiscal year was expected to reach 1.4. He admits it didn't, Mr. Speaker. This honourable member knows that $350 million short in his budget. Mr. Speaker, the member from Wascana's budget commitments can best be described as out of Africa. Maybe he should take up Mr. Geldof's position as the leader of the Boomtown Rats.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre. The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre. Order! Order! The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Indigenous people around the world are the most disadvantaged in society. Right. The Departments of Foreign Affairs, of Indian Affairs, of Defence, all three opposition parties, along with Kofi Annan, Louise Arbour, publicly support the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Contrary to all advice, this Conservative government, in a betrayal of this country's position, has been one of the most aggressive opponents of the Declaration. How can this government say they are protectors of human rights when they oppose the rights of Indigenous people around the world?
Right. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada's position on the draft declaration has been consistent with the previous government. Over the last 10 years, this document, this draft declaration has been negotiated, and it's hoped that it will continue to be negotiated so that it's a format that works for Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, I find it very surprising that this comes from a member whose party who is yet to support our government's initiative to extend human rights to First Nations people on reserve. I'd like to see this bill passed before the summer. Hopefully, the Liberal Party will come on board with this.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Meaningless words, Mr. Speaker, when this member speaks of human rights and ignores the best advice from all government departments. Despite the international nature of the declaration, we now know that for some reason the Minister of Indian Affairs has displaced the Foreign Affairs Minister in the lead role. Why does the Minister of Indian Affairs insist on substituting his own political bias instead of following the advice from the officials in the Department of Indian Affairs, Department of Foreign Affairs, and the Department of Defence?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs.
Unfortunately, the member opposite's government previously did not support the draft declaration. Their position was very consistent that that draft declaration needed work. Mr. Speaker, our government is proceeding with real initiatives for First Nations people. I support human rights for First Nations people on reserve. I'd very much like for her to stand with our party, our government, and actually extend human rights to First Nations people on reserve. She has the opportunity. Before going home to spend time at the cottage, she can maybe think about First Nations people on reserve.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the President of the Coalition for Festivals in Canada, Luc Fournier, left a meeting with the Minister of Heritage in quite a dejected mood because he said that nothing much would be done, nothing was indicated. Why will this government not act now? Because it is fully aware of the fact that hundreds of festivals in Quebec will be negatively affected. The Minister. Rather, the Parliamentary Secretary.
My minister has stood in this House and time again pointed out the fact that we have committed $60 million over the next 2 years, which is new money.
new money that requires the ability of being able to track it and make sure that it is going to the people that need it. It is that simple, Mr. Speaker. It is new money. There is present money flowing from the current program.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. But the Minister of Heritage has mentioned, and I quote, "This is a new program. There will be new rules, and the program will not be reserved just for festivals." The President of the Coalition, Mr. Fournier, is afraid that they will have to go back to square one, and that will take some 2 years to get back into the groove. What is the government doing, waiting like this, when it knows that it has all the infrastructure necessary to manage the situation?
Mr. Speaker, unlike the previous administration, our government takes taxpayers' dollars very seriously.
That's right.
We are going to make sure that the program is well designed and is properly under control. But I point out again, in the province of Quebec, in the 2006-2007, the government has funded well over 200 projects. As a matter of fact, 247 projects in the province of Quebec. We have given $13 million to events and festivals. Mr. Speaker, the money under the current programs is flowing. We are going to get the new program right and make sure that Canadian taxpayers...
Order.
The Honourable Member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, Chuck Guite confirmed that the federal government, to counter the sovereigntists, was a program that cost some several $million. But the government says that it wasn't able to give specific figures with respect to that underhand operation. If that doesn't fit the definition of propaganda, does this not merit a public inquiry on what happened at the time? The Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, once again, that was an event that happened 12 years ago. Since that time, the government has changed. It's a government that is working in close cooperation with the government of Quebec in a spirit of openness. And the open federalism that we represent will lead to positive solutions for all Quebecers and Canadians. The Honourable Member for Papineau. The more it changes, the more we're faced with the same situation. The federal government is funding propaganda. There is direct access to the Minister of Heritage with respect to certain matters. Would the Minister not agree that these are mere pretensions? What the government is doing is continuing to spread propaganda like the Liberals did before. The Minister of Transport. Yesterday, I had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, of being in Quebec to witness the swearing-in of a new Lieutenant Governor with former colleagues from the National Assembly. We were able to proceed with that swearing-in ceremony. But when I saw former colleagues, it reminded me of the referendum of 1980 when the government of the Parti Québécois had flooded with adverts everywhere in Quebec. There were all types of ads. Je m'attache au Québec. Isn't that propaganda?
Canso.
Mr. Speaker, since the Minister of Foreign Affairs has conveniently forgotten his inconvenient words of a couple of weeks ago, allow me the opportunity to remind the House. And he said, "We will not throw a member out of caucus for voting his conscience. There will be no whipping, flipping, hiring or firing on budget votes." Well, Mr. Speaker, this 180-degree flip, is this more an example of the lack of influence that this minister has at the cabinet table, or did he actually think that his former caucus colleague would surrender his principles as the minister did?
Right on.
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member has been here for a while now. He should know that that wasn't, in fact, a budget vote. The budget vote will take place next week. But, you know, with respect to this particular comment, I certainly hoped and fully expected that the honourable member would continue to work with other members of Atlantic Caucus, to work with the Minister of Finance, to see that we follow through in finishing this discussion with the province of Nova Scotia, with our Premier, direct discussions, which I continued yesterday. The member opposite may be chirping from the cheap seats, Mr. Speaker, but unlike him, we're actually getting the job done for Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Cape Breton, Canso.
Well, that's certainly no consolation for my colleague from Cumberland Colchester. But, Mr. Speaker, it's one thing about screwing up time and time again. People get upset when you screw up, you don't admit it, and then you try to sell them that you're doing them this great favor. People of Nova Scotia are not stupid. They know up is not down, and they're not buying what this minister is trying to sell. This minister has done nothing but hurt Nova Scotians since he assumed his responsibility. When will he finally do something that will benefit Nova Scotians and resign?
Right on. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, I'll ask the honourable member to try to keep his Celtic temper in check. I know he's getting very exercised over there, and the rhetorical flow is starting to come, and he's smiling now. After he's sat down, he's off the camera. The righteous indignation leaves his body, Mr. Speaker. But as we all know, what we did in the budget was deliver $95 million more this fiscal year, millions more next year, Mr. Speaker. Deals on health care with respect to the environment, transportation. The money is flowing into the province of Nova Scotia more than we've ever seen, certainly in the last 13 years, under the abysmal representation of him and his government.
The Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I can hear now the lines from the mouth of the Minister of Foreign Affairs this weekend when he goes home to face the music for his actions up here. They'll go something like this, Mr. Speaker. Black is white, night is day. Conservatives had the slightest hope in the land of Canada in the next election. However, a hard dose of reality awaits him and his colleagues. A new poll shows that Conservative support in Nova Scotia has gone down to the toilet. My question is simple. What did they expect? What did they expect when they turned their backs on the land of Canada?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, what's gone down in the toilet, Mr. Speaker, as we've seen this week, is the quality of questions coming from members opposite. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member, again, has his cute quips, and he can put on his floppy shoes and his red nose and throw a tent over the whole opposition and continue the clown show. The reality is Nova Scotians know full well the representation they're getting in this country today from this government far surpasses anything that happened under the corrupt, arrogant and entitlement days of the Liberal Party.
The Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
We Cape Bretoners are not buying that. And Nova Scotians aren't taking it either. And you'll have to go back and ask them, because they know you betrayed them. And the complete inability of the Minister of Foreign Affairs to defend his province we now see. I'll give him another chance. When will he resign as Minister of Neglect for the province of Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
No, Mr. Speaker, the member should quit while he's behind. He should know full well that, you know, as the words are falling from his mouth, he knows they're not true. As the words are falling from his mouth as he tries to defend the terrible record of the government he was a part of for so many years in comparison to the transparent, straightforward, getting the job done government of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, he should be ashamed. He should go back to Cape Breton, back to egg farming. That's where he knows he might be able to crack a few heads.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Casanova.
Mr. Speaker, for years Canadian farmers have had a difficult time competing against unfair U.S. subsidies. Because of years of Liberal inaction, our corn producers in particular have been hit hard. I know the corn riding of Kitchener-Conestoga have been battling hard to scratch out a living and to raise their families. Can the Secretary of State for Agriculture tell this House what our government is doing to stand up for producers against the U.S. and their unfair subsidies?
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, U.S. subsidies continue to cause economic harm to our producers, especially our corn growers. This is unacceptable and requires action. That's why I'm pleased to announce that our government will be requesting a WTO dispute settlement panel be established on the issue of U.S. agricultural subsidies. Canadian farmers deserve a level playing field. While the opposition talks about supporting Canadian producers, this Conservative government is getting the job done.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Speaker, our Prime Minister wants to wear the mantle of mediator. He imagines himself to be a bridge. After this week's sorry display of weak leadership and rehashed promises at the G8 summit, Canadians know that Canada's place in the world is more diminished than ever. We stand with the nations that watered down their international promises. 2 years ago, the world promised $50 billion to Africa. We're $30 billion short. Now the richest nations say we'll up it to $60 billion, but don't ask us for details or deadlines. When will this government announce details and deadlines for aid to Africa?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
As we've seen on so many important files when it comes to international aid, the budget is going up for Africa. And in fact, this year we are seeing the commitment to Africa. Africa's aid to the country was reached at $1.7 billion last year. The numbers are going up. The baseline budget has increased again this year. It will increase, and Canada is well on track to meet its Gleneagles commitments. Canada will double its international assistance to 2010 and will, in fact, double its international assistance to Africa by 2009.
The Honourable Member for Halifax, a supplementary question.
Millions of people will go without food today. 16,000 infected with HIV, malaria, and TB will die today, while the leaders of the richest nations bid farewell in elegant cocktail parties and slap each other on the back for self-proclaimed job well done. Promises made 4 years ago haven't been kept. G8 promises from 2 years ago in Scotland haven't been kept. We're $30 billion short of the goal, with no way whatsoever to determine which nations owe what and when. Mr. Speaker, why didn't Canada insist on real goals with real results for Africa?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, I'm sure that the Honourable Member had breakfast this morning. I'm sure that the Honourable Member herself has been to a few of those cocktail parties she tries to show such disdain for. In fact, with respect to Africa, this government has made significant commitments that increase the funding. $450 million to support efforts to strengthen healthcare systems. $250 million to the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. $150 of which will be specifically focused on Africa. The Prime Minister also announced support for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. There's World AIDS Day money announced by the Minister of International Trade of $120 million for 20 projects in Africa. These initiatives outline...
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, in December 2005, the Prime Minister gave his word to 150,000 veterans they would receive immediate and full compensation for potential exposure to defoliants at Gagetown. The Minister of Veterans Affairs promised to deliver a compensation package by fall 2006. In January, he said it was weeks away, then it was the spring, then this week, he voted for a budget that didn't identify a single dime for Agent Orange compensation. So I ask simply, why he can't keep a deadline, why he can't keep a promise, and keep the Prime Minister's word to Canada's veterans.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to resolving the Agent Orange problem, and the issue is in the cabinet process at this time, and at an appropriate time, an announcement will be made.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, we might as well be waiting for Godot. We've heard that promise before. Well, the minister might think that he's the artful dodger, but the government is sounding more like Fagin. The minister was fond of saying that in opposition, the studies are just a way for the government to get to the next election without offering compensation. Now that the election is delayed, he says these fact-finding missions are important. So I ask the minister directly, does he have no plan at all? Is he stalling till the next election? Or was his plan rejected by the Prime Minister?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I said before, we are committed to resolving the Agent Orange problem, and this issue will be resolved as soon as possible.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer. Mr. Speaker, the industry... Stansted and Saint-Sébastien are very independent on industry. We know that there is a lot of competition in this area, but Transport Canada is working with is keeping people with their hands tied behind their back. Why are they keeping these industries at a disadvantage? Because there are problems at the port. The Honourable Minister of Transport, this is a good question. I will look into the issue. I presume that most likely measures have been put in place by the former government. I'm just assuming here, I'm not sure, but we will check into this and we will report to the House. The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer.
Ministers should know about this. The granite industry has written a number of times to his department. The Port of Montreal claims it is turning back granite blocks to avoid soil contamination, but these blocks are washed and inspected thoroughly before being shipped to Canada. With granite blocks being turned back at the Port of Montreal, companies are failing to deliver on export orders and losing customers. How is the industry supposed to work without raw materials? Will the Transport Minister wait until the Quebec granite industry is driven out of business before taking action?
The Honourable Transport Minister.
As my honourable colleague has mentioned, there are so many questions, there are so many answers that we could give here concerning blocks and concerning inertia. But as I had mentioned to my colleague, I will look into the matter and I will be very pleased to come back with an answer.
Good answer.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, it is at least paradoxical that the Minister of Finance is using the Access to Information Act to move ahead with the culture of secrecy. We have found out that this legislation is being done by in order to unnecessarily delay the information being made public about and various analyses. This blocks the public's right to information. The Minister of Defense says that he is transparent and responsible. So why is this happening?
Minister of National Defense.
Mr. Speaker, our department follows all the processes in accordance with the law. And in fact, recently a report came out assessing the access to information law within the government, and the Defense Department was given a higher grade than last year.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Are we to understand that the new directives on access to information that have been implemented in the Defense Department are aimed simply at stretching out the timelines in order to protect the Minister of Defense, who for the last 2 months has shown himself to be incompetent in providing the House with adequate information on detainees? We see the problem mushrooming.
Mr. Speaker, as I said before, the department follows all the procedures with respect to access to information, and I don't interfere in the process at all.
The Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned from the media that Dr. Munir Al-Qasim, a well-respected professor of dentistry and a community leader in London, Ontario, was detained, fingerprinted, and subjected to 4 hours of indignities at the border. He was asked if he personally knew Osama bin Laden and Saddam Hussein, and if he loved God or Allah. When will these indignities end, Mr. Speaker? I've known this good man for years. He is beyond reproach in our community and deserves better. Will the Minister of Foreign Affairs seek an apology from the U.S. administration, undertake an investigation of this incident, and discover why news of this indignity took a month to see the light of day?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question, and as he has pointed out, this was a very, very unfortunate incident. Our society is built on a foundation of respect for cultural diversity, religious and ethnic differences, and certainly tolerance. Mr. Speaker, followers of all religions should be accorded dignity and respect, and in matters of border security, we expect Canadian citizens to be treated with respect, and in the matter that does not target them on the basis of any faith or cultural background. We will take this matter up with the U.S. authorities. I have done so in the initial stages, Mr. Speaker. With respect to the timing of this, I would appreciate any information the honourable member has, and I would like to hear directly from Dr. Qassam so that we can sort out this very, very unfortunate incident.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the truth is out. The Liberals are out of touch with women. When the Liberals were in government, they commissioned a Status of Women Canada report. In these reports, the agency's own staff labelled it, and I quote, a relic of the past, and said, and I quote, we're not showing results. The reports concluded that gender equality was no longer a headline political issue for the federal government. Can the Minister of Status of Women say what our Conservative government is doing for women?
Absolutely. Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
On behalf of the Minister of Status of Women, I'd like to thank the member for the question and like to remind the member that the Liberals do continue to deceive Canadian women. In fact, they ignored a report that they commissioned when they were in government, and that report did say that they weren't showing results. Mr. Speaker, this Conservative delivered. We delivered $20 million in additional funds over 2 years, the highest amount of funding for women in Canada in Canadian history. Mr. Speaker, we refocused the goals with concrete, measurable outcomes, and we prioritized actions.
Order. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this government came into office boasting that it was going to clean up politics, including protecting whistleblowers. However, the brave public servants who exposed serious wrongdoing in past governments have yet to be compensated. 13 months ago, I received assurances in this House from the former President of the Treasury Board that the government would, and I quote, look at each case and seek a speedy resolution. To date, this government has done nothing to follow up their words with actions. Will the President of the Treasury Board inform this House what process his government has put in place to resolve this black mark on their record?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Treasury Board.
I'd like to begin by thanking the honourable member for his continued work on behalf of whistleblowers everywhere. He works hard to represent the public servants that live in his Ottawa Centre constituency. We here have worked to protect whistleblowers by passing ironclad protections for those whistleblowers in the Federal Accountability Act. He knows that the cases that he's talking about all emanated from past wrongdoing in the previous Liberal government. I see that they are expressing some pity and shame for their behavior, but Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we have passed into law ironclad protections so that never again these things.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that might be good enough for this government. It's not good enough for Hussein Jawanji, Shiv Chopra, Alan Cutler, and many others. These innocent public servants did the right thing in the name of better government. They deserve better treatment than broken promises from an increasingly arrogant government. Mr. Speaker, haven't they broken enough promises for 1 week? How many more years will this minister's so-called speedy resolution? When will it happen? When will this right be dealt with? When will this government deal with these cases when they said they would? That was 13.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, one of the great challenges that this government faced was cleaning up all of the corruption that was left behind by the previous Liberal government. We're investigating corruption at the RCMP that occurred under the previous Liberal government. We're now investigating corruption involving polling from the previous Liberal government. Now the NDP are asking us to clean up corruption and intimidation against whistleblowers that spoke out against the previous Liberal government. The point I'm making to him is that he needs to be patient because we can only clean up Liberal corruption so quickly. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, the former Liberal government had a proud record developing strong relationships with our cities and communities. Desperately needed financial support was flowing to cities like Toronto to fix crumbling infrastructure and to assist them in providing services that Canadians need and deserve. The current government has abandoned our cities and communities. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister of Finance is simply this. When will this government, when will this minister show some respect and help for the communities across this country?
Minister Transport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the truth, Mr. Speaker, is this government not only has committed to communities and cities in the last budget, Budget 2007, we extended the gas tax to its maximum amount, which is going to see us flow over $8.2 billion to our cities and communities. Last week, Mr. Speaker, I was in Calgary at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities meeting, where I had the opportunity of announcing this government's commitment to a urban transit strategy for Canada in the coming years. Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, we're getting the job done where they did.
The Honourable Member for Westlock St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday in the Aboriginal Affairs Committee,
the opposition parties continued their blocking of Bill C-44, further preventing Canada's Aboriginal people from enjoying the same human rights protection as the rest of Canadians. Even though they've run out of witnesses to hear, they're trying to continue the delay by calling the same witnesses back again. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs please tell this House why after 30 years it is time to take action on delivering human rights to Aboriginal Canadians?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition parties have shown no class and no ability to be able to move forward on human rights for First Nations people. They continue to dither and delay, much like the previous government did on so many fronts. Thankfully, this government, along with the Minister of Indian Affairs, is moving forward, extending human rights to First Nations people, and I'm very proud to be part of that process.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet-Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, my riding has 8,000 kilometers of coastline, 30 remote communities. We are far from major centres. Therefore, people are very reliant on fuel, and high fuel prices are detrimental to them. We will again have high prices this summer. It looks like almost all travel has to be done by road, and therefore the price of fuel has an impact on forestry, on agriculture, and on tourism. When will this government act on this issue that concerns all of us? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fuel prices depend on world markets, the price of oil, and so on. The government has limited powers to deal with fuel prices. We have legislation. The price has gone up to $62 a barrel.
Bring question period to an end. Document. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Monsieur le Président, pursuant
Mr. Speaker.
6 sub 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 7 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. McKay, Central Nova, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Geneva Conventions and An Act to Incorporate the Canadian Red Cross Society and the Trademarks Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. McKay, Central Nova, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presentation de report.
Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion de
Motions.
Affaires étrangères.
Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Consultations, and I believe that if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent of the House for the adoption of the following motion. That in the support of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1757, this House send a message to the Parliament of Lebanon to urge it to reconvene in order to establish the special tribunal to try those accused of the assassination of Rakif Harari.
Hear, hear. Well done.
Does the Honourable the Minister have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. La Chambre est entendue.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure?
The motion. Carried. Agreed. L'honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent for the following motion, and this motion is almost word for word the same motion that was voted unanimously by the National Assembly yesterday, and this is a solemn symbol of a nation, and I read that in the opinion of this House, the government should unanimously agree with the motion adopted yesterday by the National Assembly in Quebec, asking that the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, the Wage Earner Protection Program Act, and Chapter 47 of the Statutes of Canada 2005 Act be amended so that it fully comply with the Civil Code with respect to the seizure of RESPs, and that it respect Quebec's jurisdiction in this area. Is there unanimous consent for this motion?
Unanimous consent. A point of order, the Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, this item with respect to wage earner protection has been before the House now for many weeks and months, and various efforts have been made to try to find a way to break the impasse and make progress on legislation that all parties in the House say they support, but recognize at the same time that there are some technical challenges. I wonder if I could ask the Government House Leader if the opposition parties can arrive at a consensus on the appropriate method to fix this problem. Will the Government House Leader agree to take it up with the Minister of Labour and the Minister of Industry in order to see if we can finally break this problem and get this legislation properly enforced?
I'm not sure that the member can ask the Government House Leader a question in the guise of a point of order, but the Government House Leader could rise on the same point of order and just by happenstance answer the question.
I'm pleased to do that on the same point of order. It was understood in November 2005 when the original legislation was passed that the legislation would be subject to further review to address certain technical issues before coming into force. And in December 2006, the Minister of Labour filed a Notice of Ways and Means motion, which is necessary before introducing the technical amendments to Chapter 47. I understand that the Minister of Labour does intend to table the Ways and Means motion and the bill once we have achieved all party support, and that is, as the Liberal House Leader has pointed out, the barrier right now. So I do encourage all members to support the legislation and to get behind a process of meeting. I know we have discussed it in the past, and I will continue to encourage the Minister of Labour and the representatives of the respective parties to resolve it. I don't think that's something that's going to be resolved on the floor of this House in the fashion that has been attempted several times this week by the Bloc Québécois. I don't think it's something that can be resolved among the House leaders. I think it requires the expertise of the individual critics and the minister responsible.
Presenting petitions. Petition.
Presenting petitions.
For Nepean Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise today in introducing a petition presented to me by dozens, actually hundreds of my constituents. They seek a national suicide prevention strategy. There must be increasing awareness and understanding about the impact of suicide on Canadians. There is a great need to develop, coordinate, and build upon programs that reduce suicides across this country. And that is why I rise today to present this group of petitions on that subject that have been put to me by a very diligent group of constituents who are concerned about the issue and are calling upon this Parliament and our government to act in order to prevent future suicides and help families that have been victims of those sorts of terrible tragedies. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petition, the Honourable Member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to present a petition that's coming to us from the Board of Directors of the Canadian Polish Congress, representing 800,000 Canadians of Polish heritage, and they call upon the government and Parliament to lift the visitor visa requirements for Poland, given the fact that they are members of NATO, they are members of the European Union. Mr. Speaker, the other petition I have pertains Welcome the Stranger, and it talks about the need for Canada to increase the number of refugees that Canada accepts into Canada annually, and make it easier for them to reach Canada, Mr. Speaker. Those are the petitions. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I have a series of petitions signed by concerned people in our country calling upon Parliament to reverse its decision, re-establish the Court Challenge Program in its entirety, including the necessary funding. The Court Challenge Program is an extremely important program that constitutes a unique means of access to the exercise of constitutional rights in Canada. This program guarantees implementation of the linguistic rights of Canada's official language minority communities, including their access to education and government services in their own language. I call upon Parliament to recognize the constitutional rights of all Canadians and re-establish the Court Challenge Program.
Presenting petition, the Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present this Income Trust Broken Promise petition on behalf of Rosemary Helmer, that's spelled Helmer, from Ontario, who remembers the Prime Minister reflecting on his apparent commitment to accountability when he said, "The greatest fraud is a promise not kept." The petitioners, Mr. Speaker, remind the Prime Minister that he promised never to tax income trusts, but he recklessly broke that promise by imposing a 31.5% punitive tax, which permanently wiped out $25 billion of hard-earned retirement savings of over 2 million Canadians, particularly seniors. The petitioners therefore call upon the Conservative minority government to admit that the decision to tax income trusts was based on flawed methodology and incorrect assumptions. Secondly, to apologize to those who were unfairly harmed by this broken promise. And finally, to repeal the punitive 31.5% tax on income trusts.
Here, here. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to be able to rise to present a petition signed by a number of members in my riding. I believe there's 210 signatures here, and this particular petition is calling on the Parliament of Canada to enshrine in legislation a permanent national ban on Terminator technologies to ensure that these are never planted, field-tested, patented, or commercialized in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, question number 199 will be answered today. After that, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate and third reading of Bill C-52, the Budget Implementation Act 2007, as well as on the previous question.
Was last being discussed in the House. There were 17 minutes left for the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan, and she has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
before question period, I was talking about the dire need in this country for affordable housing and for a range of housing. And I had talked about the fact that in Nanaimo, Cowichan, an organization in Nanaimo had talked about how housing is a part of a stable community, but certainly in the south end of my riding, or in the Cowichan Valley, we also know that affordable housing is a crisis. We've had homeless shelters that had to open up. We've had some tragedies where people were squatting in buildings and a building caught fire. So we desperately need affordable housing in this country. And it's not just in Nanaimo, Cowichan, or in British Columbia. The Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives reports that increasing income equality has further aggravated affordability issues for many Canadians. The rental market stagnated in terms of supply, with a net increase of only 2,000 units across all of Canada between 1996 and 2001. The CCPA recommends the development and implementation of a national housing strategy, which should be drafted in consultation with First Nations and Aboriginal groups where appropriate. This budget does not contain the kinds of long-range fundamental solutions to our affordable housing crisis, and money that has been earmarked for housing is often flowed through the province with no accountability measures put into that flow-through of money. This budget also does not do enough to address questions of improving infrastructure of Canada and BC in particular. The federal and provincial transfers have declined by 37% in the past decade, so not only does the Conservative government have responsibility for this, so does the previous Liberal government. As a result, Canada's municipal infrastructure debt is estimated at $60 billion and growing by $2 billion each year. An additional $21 billion is needed to improve urban transit. Now, when you're talking about infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, that infrastructure includes roads, it includes sewers, it includes water treatment plants, but it also includes important heritage items. And in my own riding, we have a very important heritage item called the Kinsale Trestle. And the Kinsale Trestle spans the Coxsila River in the southern Cowichan Valley and is one of the largest and highest wooden trestle bridges in the world. It was built in 1921. Now, there was an unfortunate fire and a number of years of neglect of this important artifact. And that kind of infrastructure money, it's part of a trail system. That kind of infrastructure money hasn't been earmarked either. And we can designate things like the Kinsale Trestle as a heritage site, but there is actually no money to actually support maintaining it. The budget also does not provide money more broadly on other infrastructure items, and I want to point specifically to the flooding that's going on right now in British Columbia. There is a long-term need for dealing with the dike system in British Columbia, and that has been neglected for year after year after year. And this year we're seeing a flooding that is removing people from their homes, cutting communities off, and I would encourage this government to take a look at that longer-term need. There is also, I want to talk about forestry for a moment. My riding, Nanaimo Cowichan, has been reliant on the forestry sector for its economy for a number of years and has been in transition. And over the last several years, between softwood lumber and raw log exports, we are continuing to see many communities in Nanaimo Cowichan, Nanaimo Alberni. I mentioned earlier that they've had 185 jobs just cut last week, that we've continued to see lack of adequate attention paid to the forestry sector in British Columbia. And when we talk about economic prosperity, we need to make sure that we're fostering economic prosperity and making the kind of strategic long-term investment. And I would argue that British Columbia's forestry sector deserves that strategic long-term investment. When we've talked about pine beetle in this House, and we've had nothing but hollow promises to deal with the pine beetle epidemic that is decimating forests in BC. And although there have been promises, that money still has not flowed. And I want to read from an article dated Friday, June the 8th, 2007, and it's titled, "We Say, When Will the Feds Give a Damn About Beetle?" And in this article, it says that this is a disaster that directly affects the finances and pocketbooks of individuals every bit as much as other natural disasters like floods and ice storms. This is the case no matter how we might quibble over the definition. People struggling with the pine beetle devastation aren't asking for a free ride. They would simply like an indication that the federal government gives a damn. They would be grateful to receive even a small percentage of the cost. And, Mr. Speaker, in this article, they talk about the fact that there's $62,000 from the federal government toward continuation of the Kamloops Beetlewood pickup program, and that's it. And we know that unless we have that long-term view of what's happening in British Columbia, those forests are being cut because they need to be. But what is the long-term economic survival of the community? What is the transition plan for workers in those communities? We must pay attention to that. There are thousands and thousands of hectares that are being impacted. You know, it's clear, Mr. Speaker, when I look at housing, we look at the forestry sector, we look at fishing, we look at health care, we look at many of the issues, seniors in British Columbia, many of these issues that are critical to the health and safety and well-being of our community, that they just have not been a priority in this budget, and it's clear that citizens in British Columbia have not been a priority for this government. I want to turn my attention for a moment to an issue that confronts us on a national scale, and I want to talk about the Aboriginal peoples of this country. As the Aboriginal critic, I was particularly interested in what the government saw fit to put in the budget, and of course, when we're talking about First Nations, Métis and Inuit peoples in this country, we saw that there was very little commitment in the budget. Close to 1 million Canadians identify themselves as Aboriginal peoples, including over 600,000 First Nations, 300,000 Métis, and 50,000 Inuit. The Aboriginal population is young, incredibly diverse, and growing much faster than the rest of Canada. Yet the government continues to miss the opportunity to pursue programs that benefit both Aboriginal peoples and ordinary Canadians. A budget is at its core a set of numbers that demonstrate a government's priorities. Canadians expected fairness towards First Nations, Inuit and Métis people to be a priority, but as this budget clearly shows, it was not. When adjusted for inflation and population increases, the INAC budget has dropped in real terms by 3.5% since 1999-2000, and as a result of the discriminatory 2% cap, core services, which include education, social development, capital facilities, and supportive self-government for First Nations people, has declined by 13% in real terms during the same period. More numbers. Aboriginals make up on average only 60% of what the ordinary Canadians make. They are 2 to 3 times more likely to be unemployed. They are 3 times as likely to live in poverty. Aboriginals are 2 to 3 times as likely to suffer chronic health conditions and live in inadequate, crowded housing. This is an embarrassment for Canada. It is time we refocus on the issues that are central to Canada's Aboriginal communities: good housing, good jobs, and a bright future for their children. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about this, we often forget that there's an actual face, and in a speech that the National Chief Phil Fontaine gave on Tuesday, May the 15th, he put a face to the conditions in Canada, and I want to quote from his speech. He said, "We must admit that First Nations people in Canada live in the most disgusting and shameful conditions imaginable in any developed country. In northern Manitoba, Chief Shirley Castle tells us that some 2-bedroom homes have as many as 28 people living in them. People are forced to sleep in shifts, and many parents often go without sleep to ensure their children are able to learn and play." Now, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative answer to that is to put $300 million into market housing, but no additional money into on-reserve affordable housing, no additional money into off-reserve affordable housing. $300 million in market housing only addresses one small part of what's needed in First Nations, Métis and Inuit communities. To go on in National Chief Fontaine's speech, he says the UN Human Development Index ranks Canada about 6th in the world. First Nations on reserve ranks somewhere around 63rd, according to Indian and Northern Affairs. The department's own officials have warned the federal government that First Nations socioeconomic status will continue to worsen and the gap widen, yet these warnings have not been heeded. And further on in his speech, and I noticed that the Ottawa Citizen ran a story on this very sad tragedy that took place in Ottawa. He says, "And so where is the public outcry about the loss of Kelly Morrisseau, especially now with the Robert Pickton trial underway in BC? It is estimated that more than 500 First Nations women have disappeared or died violently during the past 30 years. And, Mr. Speaker, that's just a litany of the tragedy that is facing many First Nations communities in this country. When the the Assembly of First Nations put out a report on the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples. It gave an overall grade of meeting the recommendations in that report as an overall F. And in one section of the report, it's called First Nations Homes, and I talked a little bit about homes, but I just want to read these statistics. It says, in addition to a higher rate of overcrowding, First Nations homes are about 4 times more likely to require major repairs compared to Canadian homes, and mold contaminates almost half of First Nations homes. 1 to 3 First Nations people consider their main drinking water unsafe to drink, and 12% of First Nations communities have to boil their drinking water. 6%, over 5,000 homes are without sewage services, and 4% lack either hot water, cold water, or flushing toilets. Now, Mr. Speaker, I must remind this House that this is in Canada. We would not expect that many citizens in Canada are living in third world conditions. And when I talk about the international stage, I want to turn to a report that the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, published March 2007, pointed out to Canada's shameful record in a number of areas dealing with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. And under item 21, it's talking about the commitments made in 2005 by the federal, provincial, and territorial governments under the Kelowna Accord. And it goes on to say, the committee remains concerned at the extent of the dramatic inequality in living standards still experienced by Aboriginal peoples. In this regard, the committee, recognizing the importance of the right of Indigenous people to own, develop, control, and use their lands, territories, and resources in relationship to their enjoyment of economic, social, and cultural rights, regrets that in its report the State Party did not address the question of limitations imposed on the use by Aboriginal people of their land as previously requested. The committee also notes that the State Party has yet to fully implement the 1996 recommendations of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples. In this same report, Mr. Speaker, you've heard members of the Conservatives talk about the fact that Bill C-44 will address human rights on reserve. What they failed to acknowledge is Bill C-44 does not allocate any additional resources to the things that might arise in human rights complaints around water, housing, adequate education. There is no remedy, and this report cites the fact that without those remedies, human rights cannot be addressed on reserve. Mr. Speaker, we've often heard talk about the 2% cap, and again, I want to talk to the government. I want to turn to the government's own documents. In a cost drivers report, they indicated that the rationale is that after 9 years of a 2% cap, the time has come to fund First Nations basic service costs so that population and price growth are covered in the new and subsequent years. Over the period of the 2% cap, departmental per capita constant dollar expenditures for basic services have declined by 6%. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is in the context of the fact that population, both on and off reserve, continues to grow. Aboriginal population in this country is the fastest growing of any other population in the country. And yet what we've seen is a net decline of 6%. Now, this is the government's own document. So I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, when this budget was developed, that surely the government would have received advice from its own departments in developing a budget that would adequately address even a minimum standard of care in this country. Later on in the same cost drivers report, they talk about socioeconomic influences, and they talk about the fact that the real costs associated with First Nation schools implementing programs that assist those students affected by adverse socioeconomic conditions in achieving school success, however they may be defined, is a problem. They include things like remedial programs relating to basic skills, nutrition programs, extracurricular programs associated with sports and recreation, after-school programs, and so on. But it talks about the fact that when you compare the services of on-reserve schools with off-reserve schools, that there is a funding gap of $64 million in the banned school system for the year 2004-2005. And, Mr. Speaker, we know that that gap has continued to grow. Mr. Speaker, I could continue to talk about the overcrowded housing, the lack of clean drinking water, the lack of mold remediation programs, the lack of education. The Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs just completed, in the spring, a report on post-secondary education in this country, and they called upon the government to recognize the 2% funding cap to address the serious shortfalls in post-secondary education. There was no new funding. No new funding, Mr. Speaker. And we know that one of the ways that the economic disparity can be addressed in First Nations communities across this country, in Métis communities, in Inuit communities, is to actually make sure that education is accessible. So when we talked about the fact that that as with this aging population, Mr. Speaker, that it's really important that we invest in skill and the skills and labour shortage. And although there was some money in the budget for skill and labour shortage, I would argue it was not nearly sufficient to meet the needs in this country. And we know that if we fail, as this proposed budget does, our economy and society will not only forgo this great potential, but also continue to incur large social costs. I have called for more funding for skills and development training, but it has to be a much broader base than what's in this current budget. Justice Thomas Berger's report on Nunavut's education system pointed out that Indigenous language training is vital to developing a skilled workforce. There is no money for Indigenous language training in this budget after the program was gutted by $160 million. And, Mr. Speaker, we know that many of the languages across this country are in serious trouble, and that it would be very important to support that because it helps the health and well-being of the community. Perhaps one of the most important elements of any community is the hope that they have for their children, and yet this budget robs Aboriginal children of this hope. There is no funding to provide child welfare on reserves up to provincial standards. It's $109 million short, and in fact there has been a human rights complaint filed because of that funding gap. We continue to see that 2% gap on programs and services, 3% gap on health care, and there are countless other ways that this budget nickels and dimes Aboriginal peoples. No funding, no additional funding for friendship centres, not the kind of support and infrastructure for water, not the kind of support and infrastructure for housing. So we've seen many, many broken promises over the years, Mr. Speaker, and this budget just is a continuation on those broken promises to First Nations, Métis and Inuit peoples in this country.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I want to thank the honourable member for her speech. However, as I've heard so many times before from members from the NDP, they just seem to think that unless everything is 110% perfect, that we should vote for zero. Mr. Speaker, the British Columbian government will benefit from this. Then the people of British Columbia will benefit from this budget in a great many ways. $3.1 billion in Canadian healthcare transfer money, $1.3 billion in Canadian social transfers, almost $250 million for infrastructure, almost $40 million to help cervical cancer in women. But this member wants to vote against that. For almost $500 million, $410 million for the Asia-Pacific Gateway Corridor, tax savings for farmers and fishermen, money to clean up the environment, Mr. Speaker. And every day in this House we hear the NDP stand up and cry, crisis. There's not enough. And I'll admit, Mr. Speaker, there are some areas where we do need more money, but we have to look at the entire country and divide the money that's available in a very responsible and effective way. And we've done that with this budget, Mr. Speaker. This is a great budget for Canada. It's a great budget for Canadians. It's an incredibly good budget for Atlantic Canada and BC. And I want to know what this member has against hazmat training for firefighters. What does this member have against cancer therapy for women? And all the things in this budget, is this member, this is my question, Mr. Speaker, is this member actually going to vote against these things because it's not perfect? Or is the member going to use some common sense and get what's good in this budget for Canadians and move forward for Canada and work with us on these areas that she feels are deficient? Are we just going to stand there and play political games and vote no, 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 it's always a crisis? Let's have some common sense from the member.
You might just want to waste the honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and of course I don't have enough time to touch on every point that the member from Cambridge raised. However, he did talk about firefighters, and I guess I would wonder, when we're talking about firefighters, where is the commitment for the police and fire games that is going to be taking place in British Columbia? And that's a very important sports and recreational activity that contributes to the health and well-being of our firefighters and police officers. It also provides some economic spin-off in our communities. But when you talk about health care, Mr. Speaker, I had a very interesting call from an emergency physician the other day, and what the emergency physician talked about was a very serious overcrowding in emergency rooms, and part of that was lack of access to trained nurses. We've been calling over a number of years for a national strategy and a human resource strategy for healthcare professionals. We've been asking for accountability for the federal dollars that flow into provinces around healthcare. That it just simply has not happened. And when you talk about crisis, Mr. Speaker, the CCPA talks about the fact that there's this rich and poor gap is at a 30-year high in after-tax terms. It's the fastest growth in 10 years under economic conditions that traditionally should lead to its falling. And there's a greater polarization of incomes. So, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about a huge percentage of Canadians who are actually seeing their quality of life being reduced. And this government is not taking these issues seriously. We've seen that the auto manufacturing sector in Ontario being decimated. I know the member from Windsor has called on this government to come to develop an auto sector strategy that deals with some of the very serious concerns, the loss of manufacturing jobs. Mr. Speaker, surely this government needs to pay attention to those kinds of problems.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Nanaimo Cowichan for actually laying out the reality of where this budget has failed so many people in very basic issues, whether it's on housing, whether it's on the cost of prescription drugs, whether it's on the environment, whether it's Aboriginal people. I mean, the list goes on. And to hear the member from Cambridge sort of chattering in the background and saying, well, you know, the budget's almost perfect, why would you vote against it? I mean, come on. I think the member from Nanaimo Cowichan has laid out the significant gaps and omissions in this budget that are failing people on very basic issues. So I'd like to ask her, because I know she's our Aboriginal Affairs critic, and this is an area that's very near and dear to her heart and her community, that in this budget, I mean, one of the massive failures is that it doesn't meet the commitments that have been made to Aboriginal people in terms of very basic issues like housing, healthcare, clean water, education, a quality of life. I mean, that reason alone is enough to vote against the budget, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
And I want to thank the member from Vancouver East for her very important question. I also want to raise another issue. One of the other things about firefighters, of course, is the fact that we fail to provide adequate compensation when a firefighter dies on duty, and certainly support of their families when there has been something that has happened to an officer on duty. But in terms of First Nations, Métis and Inuit peoples, Mr. Speaker, we have been embarrassed on the international stage. We have had international non-governmental organizations who have come into communities in Northern Ontario and issued reports about the desperate conditions around housing, around water, around education. Mr. Speaker, this is happening. There's over 600 reserves in this country, and many, many, many of those reserves are living in third world conditions. Now, Mr. Speaker, in a country as rich as Canada and as resourceful as Canada, surely we should be able to invest some of the billions of dollars in surplus into First Nations communities. I don't disagree that there is always a challenge in terms of spreading the money around. But we have got some of the poorest of the poor who are doubly disadvantaged in terms of their ability to lobby and advocate on their own behalf in government, and their ability to get a fair and equitable part of the resources in Canada. So I will be voting against this budget. It does not address some of the serious income inequalities in this country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Island North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And quickly, I'll ask my honourable colleague from Nanaimo Cowichan, who does do some tremendous work on the Aboriginal Committee with this House, and she talked about the living conditions of First Nations and how no new funding to address these terrible conditions. And I've seen that firsthand in my community of Vancouver Island North. Many, many reserves are in those conditions. And I met with the chiefs and in my writing to talk about the budget, and, because I wanted to know what do they think about it, and they were so frustrated and angry at the lack of any significant funding. No new funding for them means cuts to programs that are already in place. And also, they told me, Mr. Speaker, there was no money in this budget for treaty settlements, and that is something that they've been working long and hard for, and no incentive on this government to settle treaties. So I just want to ask my honourable colleague, what impacts does she see that this will have on First Nations who are living in crisis today?
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member from Vancouver Island North for that very important question. I mean, coming from British Columbia, we know in British Columbia that, first of all, there are very few treaties that have been settled. And there has been a treaty process in place for a number of years. There has been some minimal progress being made. But the reality of it is that we will be looking at decades before those treaties are signed. We know that specific land claims, there's an enormous backlog, and we know the cost that that is having on communities across this country. And there has been virtually no additional funding put into place to deal with this very, very important issue. There is also the issue around self-government agreements. And speaking to nations from the Yukon, it's one thing to get a treaty signed, but to actually have it implemented and have the terms and conditions of that treaty respected and honored has been an enormous challenge. And I would argue there needs to be additional money put into the self-government agreements. So, Mr. Speaker, there's shortfalls all throughout the treaty and self-government process.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peterborough.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a tremendous honour to rise today and to speak to this budget, a budget that I think is just a tremendous budget for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I've been on the record several times in this House complimenting the Minister of Finance for what I think the incredible job he did making the very difficult choices that I believe do, in fact, put Canada on the road towards being a stronger, safer, better Canada, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, the opposition has done they're working very hard to cloud the issue around the budget. They don't really want to talk about the positive effects of the budget because they're trying to come up with a reason as to why maybe they wouldn't vote in favor of it. And quite frankly, there aren't very many reasons, Mr. Speaker, that one could honestly stand. I take that back, that one could legitimately stand in this House and say why they wouldn't want to vote in favor of the budget. So, in fact, they come up with things that perhaps aren't in the budget. But we know that budgets are about choices. We know that there's a finite amount of resources, Mr. Speaker, with which the government has to work with. And we know that there's an infinite demand for those resources. And often one of the things that we don't talk about, Mr. Speaker, is how these resources come into the government. We don't spend a lot of time talking about how tax dollars are raised, the tax dollars that then provide the services to Canadians, that then provide all of the capacity for the federal government to provide its services. So I think it's important that we keep both of these in mind, and I think, in fact, that's exactly what this budget does. You know, in continuing with the trend established in Budget 2006, the Finance Minister in this government was very clear. We said Canadians pay too much tax, and we've continued to reduce the tax burden. Over $20 billion in tax reductions last year. 655,000 low-income Canadians were completely removed off the tax rolls in Budget 2006. And in this budget year, Mr. Speaker, we further increased that number to 885,000 Canadians, low-income Canadians, the people that many MPs in this House claim to stand for, have been completely removed from the federal tax roll. And, Mr. Speaker, that's not even withstanding the GST reduction that was a tax break for all Canadians. You know, Mr. Speaker, again, the Finance Minister has said time and time again he believes Canadians pay too much tax, and he's delivered on tax reductions for all Canadians. But that's not all, Mr. Speaker. You know, we've also made significant commitments to health care, and I know that that's something that Canadians time and time again tell the members of this House. They come to us and they say, please, you have to support our health care system. It's something we believe in. It's what sets us apart as Canadians. And that's what this budget has done, Mr. Speaker. Record health care funding has been set aside for in this year's budget. And it's set to increase exponentially each and every year. But we went a step further, Mr. Speaker. We've also brought in money for the new wait times guarantee. It's $650 million. We've also provided $400 million for the establishment of the new InfoWay. Now, what the InfoWay is going to do, it's going to really help us improve the efficiency of the healthcare system, Mr. Speaker, because now we'll actually have the capacity to put everybody's healthcare records on electronically, which means that should you go to visit a hospital, when you swipe your health card, Mr. Speaker, all your information, all your healthcare file will be readily available. This is a great thing for Canadians, and I know a lot of the members in this House that are going to stand and vote against this budget are very much in favour of that. And the honourable member from Cambridge said just moments ago, you know, don't vote against the budget because there's a few things that maybe you don't see in it. Here's something that I know members, certainly from the NDP, certainly they support these this expenditure into healthcare. I can't believe, Mr. Speaker, that they're going to stand and vote against these things because they're so incredibly important. There's also incredible support from municipalities in this budget, Mr. Speaker. Last year, you know, we set in stone the full exemption of GST for municipalities. Mr. Speaker, that meant over $700,000 just to in my area, just to Peterborough County. That's a lot of money for Peterborough County. You know, and the support for municipalities continues because we've extended the gas tax, and the gas tax, again, grows exponentially each and every year, Mr. Speaker. We've extended that up to 2014. That extension in the gas tax rebate to my municipality meant some $26 million just to Peterborough. My goodness. That's a lot of money in Peterborough. That is a fortune in Peterborough. And the good things that the municipality will be able to do with that money. You know, Mr. Speaker, in Canada we often, you know, we know that Canada has a very robust economy, that Canada is indeed enjoying great success. And often when the finance minister speaks, he speaks about the economy, the environment, and energy. One of the opposition members just mentioned 13 years. That seems to be a continuing trend in here, Mr. Speaker. I remember 13 years of inaction, 13 dark years. There's no longer 13 dark years in this House, Mr. Speaker. We're aspiring for a better Canada on this side of the House. And I know that this member, in good conscience, probably really wants to support this budget, but is being prevented from doing so. But I just wanted to get back to speaking about the economy, the environment, and energy, Mr. Speaker, and how these three are intrinsically linked. They're intrinsically linked. You can't talk about one without talking about the other. You can't deal with them in isolation. We know that the opposition parties want to deal with the environment, for example, in isolation. They want to ram through Bill C-288. Well, we know what the effects of Bill C-288 would be and how devastating that would be to the Canadian economy, how devastating it would be to Canadians in general. But they don't care about that, Mr. Speaker. They want to replace 10 years of inaction on the environment with 10 years of a bad economy for Canadians, 10 years of hardship for Canadians. This government doesn't want to do that. We want to act, but we understand that the environment, the economy, and energy are intrinsically linked in Canada. So when we talk about the economy, Mr. Speaker, perhaps the biggest challenge that we face is productivity. We hear a lot about how productivity is affecting Canada's economy. And why? Well, there's a number of things that have been indicated as to why productivity in Canada is lacking. Certainly the Certified General Accountants of Canada point the finger at the federal government and say, well, at the former federal government, and say, you know, the Liberal sponsorship scandal really damaged Canada's overall productivity because there was no focus on productivity. There's focus now, Mr. Speaker. There's focus now. In this budget, we talked about support for manufacturing. In fact, there was a unanimous report submitted by the Industry Council that made recommendations to the Finance Minister as to how we could support manufacturing in Canada. Virtually all of those recommendations are contained in this budget. We respected them. We moved forward on them because we believe in manufacturing. We believe in the success of manufacturing. In my home province of Ontario, Mr. Speaker, manufacturing is incredibly important. I know my number one employer in Peterborough, private employer, is General Motors in Oshawa, Mr. Speaker. I am committed to the success of General Motors in Oshawa. I'm also committed to the success of General Electric. I'm committed to the success of Quaker Oats. I'm committed to the success of Fisher Gage. I'm committed to the success of manufacturing in my riding, Mr. Speaker. That's why I support this budget, because it's good for manufacturing. But the budget also makes a very significant commitment towards infrastructure. record commitments to infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. Because what we know is, if we want to improve Canada's overall productivity, we've got to invest more in our roads, in our transit. We've got to invest in border crossings. One of the members from the Liberal Party mentioned earlier that, wouldn't a new crossing at Windsor be a great thing? My goodness, we've been talking about it for more than a decade. They didn't get it done, Mr. Speaker. We're going to get it done because we understand how incredibly important this is, certainly to the auto industry in Canada, but to every industry in Canada. It is absolutely paramount that we deal with the infrastructure deficit in Canada if we're going to move forward on productivity. We also know another very important factor to productivity is education, Mr. Speaker. Now, we know in 1993 the Liberal Red Book committed to making post-secondary education more affordable. They committed to making it easier for people to get into. And I know the NDP party, for example, Mr. Speaker, has long argued for investment into post-secondary education. They've long pointed out the failures of the former government in owning up to what they committed to do. They committed to investing into post-secondary education, but they cut the heart out of post-secondary education, Mr. Speaker. In this budget, we commit an additional 40% immediately in additional money to post-secondary education. You know, the president of Trent University, Bonnie Patterson, Mr. Speaker, said, you know what? We couldn't have asked for more. We could not have asked for more in this budget than what's been delivered. In addition to the 40% increase this year, there is a 3% annual inflationary increase to the post-secondary transfer, Mr. Speaker. And the other thing is, we've specifically indicated how much money we are putting into the post-secondary transfer, because I know when we spoke a lot to our post-secondary educational facilities across the country, what they talked about was the need for a dedicated transfer. They needed to know how much money was there so that they could then go to the provincial governments and say, what is your share? What's your buy-in? Well, now they know how much that money is. They know exactly how much it is, Mr. Speaker, and that's going to help them deal with the provincial governments and ensure that post-secondary education is a priority in Canada that it deserves to be, and it will improve our productivity. Now, on the environment, we know, I said earlier, the former government, they didn't have a plan. Now they want to ram through a plan that would just absolutely derail our economy. But, Mr. Speaker, this government has a plan. We've made significant commitments. $1.5 billion for the Eco Trust program that we're going to share with the provinces. This is going to have significant benefits, short and long term, Mr. Speaker. In Ontario, we're going to use that money to bring in clean hydroelectric power instead of the coal-fired power we've had to rely on because the former government provided no support whatsoever to the province of Ontario to replace that power. This government is going to do that, and all of the provinces will be able to direct the money as they see fit to help clean up the environment in their backyard, because let's face it, Mr. Speaker, cleaning up the environment is local. It's always local. We tend to think about things on a global basis, but we've got to clean up things in our own backyard if we're going to clean up the nation. And this money will specifically assist the provinces to clean up our own backyard. There's money to clean up invasive species. There's money to clean up the Lake Simcoe watershed, something that I know the Honourable Government House Leader has been arguing for years, Mr. Speaker. It's in this budget. There's $4.5 billion in total committed so that the Government of Canada can turn the corner on the environment. The previous government didn't get it done. That's not my words. That's the words of the member from the Etobicoke Lakeshore. They didn't get it done. This government is going to get it done, and as we hear coming out of the G8 summit, this government, this Prime Minister, is a world leader on the environment. I know it's difficult for the Liberal Party to hear these words coming from respected environmentalists from around the world, that Canada is now a leader on the environment. And it's difficult to hear these things, but quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, sometimes the truth hurts, but the truth always is the truth, and sometimes it needs to be said. Today is one of the days that the truth must be said. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I just want to get to the last of the 3 E's, Mr. Speaker, which is, of course, energy. Canada is an emerging energy superpower, Mr. Speaker. There is no question about that. There is no question about that. Canada has been blessed with natural resource wealth, the likes of which no other nation has been blessed. We need to be responsible in how we're dealing with Canada's energy and resource wealth, but we also need to take a serious look at the types of energy that we're consuming. And that's why this government committed to our new renewable fuel strategy. $2 billion. $2 billion towards the new Canada Renewable Energy Strategy. Well, you know, there's organizations out there that have specifically ran commercials and said, thank you, Prime Minister Harper, for keeping your promise. This isn't us saying we keep our promises. We know we keep our promises.
The honourable member for Peterborough will remember that I often chastise members of other parties when they mention members of the House of Commons by their surname, and it applies to him also.
My sincere apologies, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes I get so excited in talking about the record of this government to keep its promises and cut taxes and clean up the environment and improve the healthcare situation. Sometimes I get so excited I want to refer to the Prime Minister by name because he's not just my friend, he's a friend of this country and he's a tremendous world leader. So sometimes I just get too excited, Mr. Speaker. But, you know, again, I just wanted to get back again to talk about energy. And you know, the investments that we are making into renewable fuels, this is not just going to help us clean up, to reduce our carbon footprint, Mr. Speaker. What it's also going to do is it's going to breathe new life into areas like Peterborough, Mr. Speaker, where now agriculture has an additional market. We're talking about taking things that can be grown in the field and convert them into energy, clean energy, energy that will have long-lasting benefits to all Canadians. And I know that for the farmers in my riding, Mr. Speaker, they're really excited about this. You know, last year, and the years past certainly was very difficult. In fact, I've often said that agriculture in Canada suffered for more than a decade of failed leadership and planning on behalf of the former government. And, you know, I know that may be difficult for them to hear. They're not going to be happy that I said that, but it's a fact. It's a fact. When they brought in the CASE program that cut the heart out of agriculture in Canada, and they didn't support our farmers, this government clearly does support our farmers. And the new renewable fuel strategy has created literally almost a bidding war for dirt in Peterborough. People want to plant crops because they see that they can make money at it again. That's all our farmers want. They don't want handouts. They want a market. This government is creating a market, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I'd just like to close to talk a little bit about tax fairness. Now, you know, we know, amongst other things, the Liberal Party doesn't stand for a democratic elected and accountable Senate. They stand for the influence of big money in politics. They don't believe that they should ever have to tell Canadians where the sponsorship money went. We know that this is a fact. But you know what? We also know that based on the testimony they've made in this House time and time and time again, they do not support tax fairness, Mr. Speaker. They don't believe that all Canadians, in fact, all corporations, should pay their fair share of tax. We know that. We know that from the words of the Leader of the Opposition himself and the many members of the Liberal Party, and they stand alone on that. I'd like to recognize that the Bloc Québécois and the NDP both support the government's decision. It was a difficult decision. But when we made the promise in the last election, Mr. Speaker, to stand up for Canada, Mr. Speaker, that meant we had to protect the tax base. It meant that we had to provide tax fairness for all Canadians. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, if we want to continue to assist seniors, if we want to continue to assist families, if we want to continue to assist low-income individuals in this country, we simply cannot allow people to escape paying their fair share of taxes because the burden gets placed on people that can't afford to pay it. And, Mr. Speaker, you know, sometimes difficult decisions have to be made in government. We understand that. The former government didn't. They did not understand that difficult decisions had to be made. In fact, they often avoided difficult decisions. So, the member for Scarborough-Guildwood on income trusts, the very day that the former finance minister made his announcement not to tax income trusts, was on CBC saying, yes, we must move to tax income trusts. Then the former finance minister did not do that. And in fact, as everyone knows, the government certainly has access to the departmental information that clearly demonstrated tax leakage. All provinces came forward and said there was tax leakage. The governor of the Bank of Canada said the way that things were going would lead to lower levels of investment, lower levels of productivity, less employment. Bad. It was bad for Canada, Mr. Speaker. We've moved to fix it. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2007 titled Aspire. Aspire. It's about aspiring to a stronger, safer, better Canada. I'm going to say that again because it makes me feel good. A stronger, safer, better Canada. And I'd love to have people stop and consider that. I'd like them to stop and consider that. Absorb it, Absorb it. I mean, this government has long said that we're getting things done. We're getting things done for all of us, Mr. Speaker. And sometimes we know that the slogan of the Liberal Party could have been getting things done for some of us. Well, our party doesn't believe in getting things done for some of us. We believe in getting things done for all of us. We don't pick favorites in the budget. We don't pick winners and losers, Mr. Speaker. We believe in fairness.
Order, please. The honourable member for Peterborough has the floor for another minute and a half. If we can all be patient, there will be 10 minutes of questions and comments afterwards, and I will recognize as many members as are interested to ask him questions. But for the moment, he has the floor, and I would like to hear him. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate that you want to hear what I have to say, because I do think it's important. Indeed, I think the Canadians at home want to hear about how good this budget is for Canadians. Yes, they do. They do, because even Dalton has said, you know what, that this budget enables the province of Ontario, provides capacity to the province of Ontario so that we can address child poverty, so we can address homelessness, so we can address the mess that was created in healthcare, so that we can address the fiscal imbalance. Because, quite frankly, we know the former government didn't believe the fiscal balance existed, Mr. Speaker. However, our government has moved to solve the fiscal imbalance. And, quite honestly, Mr. Speaker, the province of Ontario, in fact, all provinces are better off after this budget. More is more, Mr. Speaker. More money means more money. It's more money for every region, even Saskatchewan. And you know what? It's a lot more money for Saskatchewan. But honestly, Mr. Speaker, we know that the Liberal government tried to make a lot of ground up saying we're giving you less, but it's really more. Well, what our government is saying, we're giving you more so that you can do more services, better health care, better post-secondary. More money, Mr. Speaker. We're standing up behind Canadians. We're standing up for the provinces. We're standing up for Canada. We're aspiring.
Order, please. The time is really up now. So, questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Honourable member from Saint-Boniface.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm was very anxious to ask this member a few questions, actually. The first one is with regards to the only thing that these people seem to be able to brag about are the surpluses, low unemployment, the strong economy. Does the member actually think that they had anything to do with that? I mean, they've been riding the Liberal coattails on that for the last couple of years, so that's my first question. Secondly, the Conservatives campaigned on a promise that they would not have a budget that would be higher than inflation. The budget actually was over 6%, and the baseline budget actually had an increase of 11.5%. Now, I'd like the member to explain that to Canadians. The last time the Conservatives had an actual budget that wasn't attributed to somebody else was in 1923. Not during Diefenbaker's age, not during Mulroney's age, but 1923. So when they get up and they talk about the prowess of the Conservative government when it comes to budgets, I find it very laughable, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peterborough.
Well, you know what's laughable, Mr. Speaker, is the Liberals constantly take credit for the fact that it's their money. I don't believe it's their money. I actually think it's Canadians' money. And you know what else is laughable, Mr. Speaker? Really laughable is that when you decide that you're not going to pay your bills and you're going to create a huge fiscal imbalance, you're going to create significant problems in all of the provinces with capacity to pay for things that Canadians depend on, like education, like health care, to deal with homelessness. When you take credit for that and call that sound fiscal management because you're not paying your bills, I guess that's a Liberal thing to do. We don't believe in that. We believe in fixing the fiscal imbalance, Mr. Speaker. And yes, they talk about $42 billion. I want to tell them what the $42 billion is because I have the floor. I want to talk about how that is only the interest on the former Prime Minister Trudeau's debt. Because we know that he's the Prime Minister that created the national debt, Mr. Speaker. This isn't up for debate. This is a fact. But you know, the Liberals don't like facts. They don't. They don't. And you know what? I also like to point out that, you know, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, I find it really, really hard to listen to some of the Liberal criticisms because they often campaign like the NDP, Mr. Speaker, and we know that's not what they stand for. You know, I acknowledge I have some philosophical differences with the NDP, but I at least acknowledge that they legitimately believe in what they speak about. The party opposite, Mr. Speaker, clearly does not. They say one thing, do another. You know, we've got a clean government now, Mr. Speaker. They should celebrate that. There's no brown envelopes being passed around with cash in them.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can only say that the member's intervention shows what kind of dysfunctional and delusional and incestuous discussions you have within the Conservative caucus. Because what he says is simply not true. 80% of Canadian families are actually earning less now than they were in 1989. And this delusion that somehow Canadians are prospering when it's only the banks and the oil companies and the very wealthy that have any money. It just shows to what extent the Conservatives are out of touch. But I was interested in his talk about financial management. Because, as we know, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance did a study of governments and actually found that the NDP manages money best, the Liberals worse, and the Conservatives are just as bad as the Liberals in many cases. They did a long-term study, and it turns out the NDP manages money better. But I'm interested because the budget has a number of elements. First, P3s. And we know that P3s are much more costly to the taxpayer than simply investing in good public infrastructure. Secondly, the billion-dollar subsidy to the oil and gas industry, most profitable industrial sector, and the Conservatives just keep shoveling that money off the back of a truck. To them, $9 billion in corporate tax cuts. What a ridiculous situation when we have record corporate profits. We're shoveling more money at them. And finally, Mr. Speaker, $400 million that Hollinger was supposed to pay, that this Conservative Party said, oh, we forgive. You don't have to pay taxes if you're wealthy. $400 million on your watch that the Conservatives forgot, Mr. Speaker. They forgave that money. So my question is, how does the member think the Conservatives have any financial management credibility whatsoever when all we see from them is the same boondoggles we saw under the Liberals?
The honourable member for Peterborough has the floor to respond.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess this is where the philosophical division that I spoke of a moment ago begins. So, you know, I'd like to speak a little bit just in brief about, he mentioned families, Mr. Speaker, and you know what, this government has specifically reached out and assisted families. We've provided a $2,000 tax credit for children under the age of 18 to all families. We've provided the universal child care benefit to families. And I'll tell you, my brother and my sister-in-law have two young daughters, 2 and 4, and I'll tell you, that $200 a month comes in very handy. We're helping families, Mr. Speaker. And I'd also say, you know what, it's very easy to be a sound financial planner or a sound fiscal manager of funds when you don't generate any, because we know the NDP policies would be catastrophic for the Canadian economy. They wouldn't generate any money. So it's very easy to manage. Nothing, Mr. Speaker, because that's what they would create. Less manufacturing, less wealth, less employment. That's what it would lead to, because you cannot follow that strategy. When we talk about reducing corporate taxes, Mr. Speaker, we talk about that because we're competing in a global economy, Mr. Speaker. We have to be competitive. But at the same time, by reducing taxes, we are not necessarily ever, in fact, it's been proven that you're not reducing the overall tax revenue, Mr. Speaker, because tax fairness leads to more people working with the tax system, indeed avoiding the tax system to a much lesser extent and paying their taxes. When we run with high taxes, that's how we get into tax avoidance, Mr. Speaker, and corporations will invest a lot of money into figuring out ways to avoid taxes. When we bring in tax fairness, when we ensure that the tax rates are as low as they can possibly be for all Canadians, there's less tax avoidance. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it's a hotter economy. It generates more revenue overall.
The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the presentation by my colleague from Ontario to talk about what this budget does for Ontario. And I have a few things I'd like to point out. For the province of Ontario, restoring the fiscal balance with federal support of $12.8 billion in 07 and 08, including $8.1 billion under the Canada Health Transfer, $3.8 billion under the Canada Social Transfer, including additional funding for post-secondary education, $664 million for infrastructure, $205 million available to the Ontario government for the patient wait times guarantee, $117 million available to Ontario government to implement the human virus immunization program. The $574 million will be paid to Ontario government for outstanding commitments under the Canada-Ontario Agreement. $298 million for gas tax funding for municipalities in Ontario. $400 million access to a new road access for the Windsor-Detroit border crossing. $963 million for fund transit projects in Greater Toronto, and that's only about half of what I have here. So my question to my colleague is: this budget good for the for Ontarians in 2007?
The honourable member for Peterborough.
Well, certainly, Mr. Speaker, you could read the same list for every province and territory in this country. That's what Budget 2007 is about. It's about sharing the wealth, the resources of the federal government with all Canadians, sharing it equitably amongst the provinces, coming up with a principled formula to share federal revenues. Often I know that the House has been talking a lot about equalization of late, but the much larger portion of funds that the federal government distributes comes under the Canada Social Transfer. And that's been dealt with in a very equitable, fair manner. And in fact, all provinces, I have not heard a single province come out and indicate that they have any complaint whatsoever on the Canada Social Transfer. It's been dealt with in an equitable manner. It's good to Ontario, but it's good to every single province. It's good to everybody within the Confederation, Mr. Speaker. Budget 2007 makes significant investments into all sorts of things. In my riding, Mr. Speaker, it means that Highway 407 will actually be completed back out to Highway 115. I can't tell you how much that's going to mean to the economy in Peterborough. This budget's getting that done for the citizens of my riding. It's getting a lot done for the citizens of every riding.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Waterloo. For a very short question.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I can't help but rise. I recognize that the member is new to this House, but when he was talking about debts and deficit, what he failed to mention was that the debt left by the previous Liberal government when the Conservatives came in power in 1993, the total national debt was $200 billion. And in 9 short years, after a record deficit, that $200 billion debt ended up being $500 billion debt, $300 billion increase, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Peterborough to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Liberals often forget that the national debt actually increased in their time in government, Mr. Speaker. I hate pointing that out, but it's a fact. This member is voting against the GST refund on school buses in his own riding, Mr. Speaker, something his school board's been fighting for, I believe, 7 or 8 years. That's what he's going to stand up and vote against, money returned to his own school board. Mr. Speaker, honestly, I find it incomprehensible that the members opposite vote against the budget.
Before we resume debate, I would like to ask the cooperation of all members to check their cell phones and Blackberries and turn them off, because we're just about to hear a speech from the honourable member from Cape Breton, Canso, who has the floor.
And, Mr. Speaker, I can understand that you wouldn't want to be interrupted whatsoever with myself making the presentation on behalf of the official opposition. Mr. Speaker, this has been a great Friday, a great debate Friday, and certainly an interesting exchange of views. And I stand today, Mr. Speaker, and I want to go on record to say that the budget put forward by the government isn't completely horrible. It's horrible, yes, but not completely horrible. And there are some aspects, the tax incentive and the capital gains provisions for fishermen that are moving licenses. Some aspects of the budget make sense, but it misses the mark so far and hurts so many Canadians, those most vulnerable Canadians, that in no way can the official opposition support this budget, Mr. Speaker. The previous speaker from Peterborough had indicated that governing is about making choices, and governing is about making difficult choices, something this government, the official opposition wouldn't know when they were in government. Well, Mr. Speaker, that just is not right. And we talked about the $42 billion deficit, where the previous government made those difficult decisions on behalf of all Canadians, sent home 45,000 federal employees in order to balance the books, made cuts in every department. Every Canadian felt those cuts, and they were tough cuts, tough choices. But in doing so, balance the budgets, right at the fiscal ship of this country, and obviously from then on, from 95 on, we began to experience some real fiscal growth. And I think the bar has been set by the previous government in what it takes to provide financial leadership for the country. When you look at 8 surplus budgets, tax relief in all those budgets going forward for every Canadian. Mr. Speaker, reinvestment in important programs in infrastructure, health care, education. We saw an attack on the accrued debt. Each year that debt was paid down to loosen up additional operational funds for the federal government. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the template was there. The opportunity was there for this government to fall in line and continue to provide good fiscal management for the people of Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, they just missed the mark. If the roadmap to prosperity, if their budget was a roadmap to prosperity for Canadians, Mr. Speaker, that would be comparable to the people at Rand McNally doing a roadmap from Ottawa to Toronto and ending up in Boise, Idaho. They have just missed the mark completely, especially when you factor in that what they inherited was the single best set of books that had ever been transferred to an incoming government. $13 billion surplus. How do you mess that up? How could you possibly mess that up? But they did, Mr. Speaker, and they hurt a great number of people. And that's why I feel obliged to stand today and go on record and identify the many shortcomings, at least some of them, in this budget. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak first on a group that I really don't believe has had a voice, certainly off the government bench, but it's not talked about much. And it's a community that means so much to us as Canadians, and that's the sporting community in Canada. Because if anybody got shortchanged in this budget, it's the sporting community in Canada. Mr. Speaker, the government loves to beat their chest. They had 2 promises. The promise of a personal tax deduction, $500 to anybody that registered their son or daughter in a sporting activity. There would be a $500 deduction. Now, really what that equated to, once you make that deduction, probably between $80 and $90 a year. Now, Mr. Speaker, is that going to determine, and I know, Mr. Speaker, you're the father of elite athletes, and if you sit down at the kitchen table, I think you go a little bit deeper than, well, listen, the Tories are offering me $80, I can't miss that opportunity. You're going to sit down and you know that sport is good to involve your children in, and that's what's going to motivate you. The $80 is a joke. It makes no impact at all. Now, I've got 3 boys that play competitive sport myself. Am I going to use it? Yes, I am. Is it going to change? They're going to play it anyway. So it was something that had no impact on motivating parents enrolling their kids in sport. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that cause and effect, if we can keep our youth active, if we can keep them involved, it's positive in so many aspects, physically, mentally, emotionally, socially. It reaches into all aspects of those young lives, and it's a positive thing. But the tax deduction doesn't do it. The other promise that they made was 1% of their health care budget should go toward sport and physical activity. And where is that? Nowhere. Nowhere. No sign of it whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, and the sporting groups were let down. And the sporting groups, they thought that they might have an opportunity with this promise. This is what I got from the group called Sport Matters Group, and it's from Ian Bird, senior leader for the Sport Matters Group. And Sport Matters Group, it's a collective of provincial and federal sport leaders that work toward improving the future of sport in this country. But what Ian Bird had said was, budget making is a central opportunity for governments to fulfill their commitments to Canadians. There had been a clear indication from successive ministers of sport that today's budget papers would outline how the government would invest in this province. We're still waiting, and they still will be waiting, Mr. Speaker. Actually, what we've seen is a shell game going on within this government and how they approach their sport. You know, had they invested that 1%, they would have been able to, it would equate to about $540 million annually that would go towards sport. And the template is there. The sport community knows what has to be done. A long-term athletic development model, Mr. Speaker, taking an active approach to investing in youth from the playground to the podium. Working with the provinces and giving the provinces the resources that they need, human resources, financial resources, so that they can help deliver on these very important programs. But you can't do that if you don't have the money. Mr. Speaker, two specific, we understand fully as Canadians how important it is that we have heroes. You know, before there was a Sidney Crosby, there was a Mario Lemieux and there was a Wayne Gretzky. And he was there, Sidney Crosby's hero. Before there was a Katrina LeMay-Doan or a Marc Gagnon. You know, we knew Stéphane Boucher was Gaëtan Boucher was the greatest speed skater that had been in Canada. And it was his efforts and his gold medal performances in the Olympics that motivated these young skaters. So we need the ability to create those heroes to further motivate our younger people to engage in sport. Mr. Speaker, they took that away. Own the Podium program. There was money accelerated. Was there any new money? Absolutely not a dollar. Road to Excellence, funding our summer athletes that are going to Beijing in 2012. They pulled the rug from under that, Mr. Speaker. They turned their backs on our summer athletes by taking the money away from the Road to Excellence program. Mr. Speaker, our party, we talked about in our platform a specific envelope of money that we could invest in sport facilities, very specific in sport facilities, because, Mr. Speaker, and I spoke Wednesday night in Moncton at the Atlantic Association of Facilities Managers, and these are good people that work their tail off day in and day out, trying to provide opportunities for our youth and for our populace, really, to engage in sport, keeping costs down, keeping registration fees at a reasonable amount, but the costs continue to rise and accumulate. And we see infrastructure is expensive, and refits and retrofits are expensive. We talked about an envelope of money that would be able to we'd be able to work with through the provinces, so that that investment can be made, so that the costs can continue to come down, that these buildings would operate on a more efficient manner, helping the environment, helping the operators on an annual basis. Mr. Speaker, this was very much put forward by the sporting community. They very much advocated for this type of opportunity to work with the federal government. No sign in this budget from this government. No sign whatsoever, Mr. Speaker. So it's not they just turned their back on the initiatives that were being put forward by the sporting community, but they also did not deliver on the promises that they had made to the sporting community. It's shameful, Mr. Speaker, shameful. There are a number of other things that I'd feel remiss if I didn't address in my speech, and of course, literacy is something that I think impacts right across this country. When we look at almost 45% of adult Canadians still have a challenge in reading, writing, and communicating, Mr. Speaker, and we know that if we give an adult the opportunity to engage in the economy, to engage in their community and education, for every increase of 1.5% in literacy, it increases the productivity of this country by 2.5%. I mean, Mr. Speaker, that's a pretty significant investment, return on your investment. But, Mr. Speaker, what we saw from this government with the $13 billion surplus, you know, $13 billion in the surplus fund, they said, well, of course what we got to do is cut literacy. Let's make it tougher for the people that find it hardest to engage in our economy and engage in our society. Let's make it a little bit tougher on them. So they carved money out of the literacy fund. And we saw that, Mr. Speaker. It shouldn't have surprised anybody when we heard the comments from the current Minister of Environment when he's on record as saying that it was a waste of time teaching adults to read and write. So if that's where the essence of it comes from, Mr. Speaker, we're in a sad state here. And certainly this party on this side is concerned about those most vulnerable in our society, where they're going to arrive if we continue to see the reign of this government over here, Mr. Speaker. We know, Mr. Speaker, that, and it's been discussed on a number of occasions over the last while, the previous speaker stood up, beat his chest about what they're doing for students. One of the single greatest things we can do for our young people is offer them an opportunity to hold a summer job. And it contributes to that person, that student's life in so many ways. Many times a summer job is the first work opportunity that they have. They have the opportunity to put together a few dollars to go back and re-engage in the fall in their education. Mr. Speaker, what we saw, the debacle that we witnessed here over the last number of weeks with this government, with the money that was carved out of the summer student employment grants, not only devastated community groups, but as well just ripped the soul out of job opportunities for students across this country, Mr. Speaker. And the question that has to be asked on the issue of the budget, because there's a finite envelope of money in the HRDC and Service Canada funding, okay? So they've had to go back and try to clean up the mess, because the Minister of Human Resources, Social Development, he's been inundated. I know certainly the opposition has been pounding him on a regular basis to fix the mess that he's made. I think it was his predecessor that sort of set the template, and the trap was sprung on the current minister. But he's wearing it, and it's his job to fix it. So he has to go back now, and they're saying, now they're lying, the company line over there is, oh, well, we always go with this second round of funding. Yeah, right. Yeah, tell me that one now. They're going back to try to fix the mess. They've gone back, any community groups that had a grant last year that have a current application on file that is valid, they're going to receive funding, and they should receive funding. They should have received funding in the first place, but they're going back to fix the mess. But it's going to cost this government a great deal of money. Where's that money going to come from? I remember the Minister of Fisheries, and he was a pretty noble, when he was on opposition, he was a pretty noble member. And he talked about all the fish plant employees when they'd lose their job, and, he beat the government. What are you going to do for these out-of-work fish plant employees? What are you going to do for the communities most affected? And we haven't heard a word from him since then. And is HRDC going to have to steal the money out of the money that should be going toward helping those people like in Canso, like in the outports in Newfoundland that have seen their fish plants closed, that need that help now, retraining monies? Well, Mr. Speaker, there's only one envelope of money, and those are the people that are going to suffer as a result of this budget and the actions on this budget. We saw this, and we talk about rural communities. It's unbelievable how the rural communities get dealt out of this budget. Cap sites. And I'm sure all members in this House have received interventions from their constituents about cap site closures. Now they've come back and they said, okay, well, we'll keep them open one more time, one more year. But then we know there's a drop-dead date, so they get 1 year reprieve on the cap sites. Mr. Speaker, cap sites are essential in rural communities, and this opposition will fight to continue to have cap site funding provided to those essential services. Access to broadband. And we had, through Industry Canada, we had an excellent program, the BRAND program, that allowed Canadians, no matter where you lived in this country, the opportunity, communities could partner with various agencies and stakeholders to bring broadband to these communities. And it was a tremendously successful program. When we talk about infrastructure, it's not just water and sewer and roads, Mr. Speaker. Access to wide broadband, high-speed broadband is essential. And if we want to grow those rural communities, this government should be investing in them. But what we saw, no movement at all, Mr. Speaker. no investment at all, and it's the rural communities that that are going to suffer. Mr. Speaker, I would love to go. If you could give me another 10 minutes on the Accord, I'd love to wrap up a Friday on that one. Well, but Mr. Speaker, I see my time is getting close to being expired here. So, Mr. Speaker, as I had said, this budget brings a great deal of pain to the people that I represent, and certainly I come here each week to Ottawa to represent the views and the situation that is my riding, and in no good conscience could I stand and support this budget.
It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business. When Bill C-52 returns to the House, there will be 3 minutes left for the honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso, plus 10 minutes of questions and comments. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill S-214, National Blood Donor Week Act, in the name of Mr. Baines.
The honourable member for St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in support of this bill, S-214, which, if passed, would recognize National Blood Donor Week. Every year, the week of June 14th would be designated as National Blood Donor Week. This campaign would go a long way to ensure safe blood will always be available to every patient who needs transfusion as part of their treatment. Mr. Speaker, it is fitting that this issue is before the House today, as Canada has been selected as the host country for World Blood Donor Day on June 14, 2007, by the World Health Organization, the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, the International Society of Blood Transfusion, and International Federation of Blood Donor Organizations. Le don de sang,
the gift of blood is something that cannot be replaced each year. Canadian blood donors save thousands of lives through donations. Many thousands of Canadians are given the opportunity to express their happiness.
Every minute of every day in Canada, someone needs blood or blood products. Hundreds of thousands of people every year receive blood components or products following accidents, during surgery, or for cancer treatments, burn therapy, hemophilia, and other blood-related diseases. The maintenance of the collective blood supply depends entirely on the generosity of people who care about sharing the priceless gift of good health. Mr. Speaker, I would like to share some facts about the gift of blood donation. Over half of Canadians at some point in their lives will require blood or blood products for themselves or a family member. To meet our nation's requirements, 1 million units of blood must be collected from about 600,000 Canadians. Canada has the safest blood supply system in the world. One of the major reasons for this fact is that 100% of the blood is donor supplied. I remember as a family doctor one morning being woken very early by a patient who had been traveling in another country. She called me worried because they said she needed a blood transfusion. At that time, that country's blood supply was very much in question and in the news. I remember saying to the patient that because of where she was, that at all costs, I think I even said, can you lift your head off the pillow? And if the answer is right, yes, then you don't need the blood transfusion and you should rest in bed, drink plenty of fluids, and take your iron pills, because it was so risky for her to accept a blood transfusion in that country at that time. Blood donations in Canada are gathered here by volunteers and from volunteers at 45 permanent collection sites. There are also more than 17,000 special mobile clinics held across Canada. These are operated by almost 6,000 employees and in excess of 40,000 volunteers. On an annual basis, nearly 1.1 million units of blood are donated from over 500,000 Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to add that blood donor clinics are regularly held here on the Hill, including next Thursday in room 200 West Block, and I encourage members and all House of Commons staff to donate.
As Canadian, As a Canadian, I am very proud to point out that our national system is considered as to be a model by other countries. Canada has a new system for regulations, and the WHO will allow Canada to share its expertise in other areas.
In Ontario, I'm proud to say that almost 50% of blood collections are obtained from Ontario blood donors. Canadian Blood Services ships blood products to nearly 750 hospitals across Canada. However, less than 4% of eligible Canadians donate blood every year. This bill aims to inspire even more Canadians to step forward and participate in this experience, which helps literally thousands each year with the gift of life. No one likes needles. It really is an invasive procedure, but we need at least a week a year to celebrate those who do roll up their sleeves, and we help make their example contagious. Mr. Speaker, I today particularly want to sing the praises of a former patient of mine, Richard Lewis, who passed away last week. It was during his blood donation that his leukemia was discovered. And as a regular donation of platelets, he reported often to the Canadian Blood Services to give his donation, and it was in that manner that his leukemia was discovered. He fought a brave battle over the last 8 months, and this week I know all in the House will wish him and his family, Jan Silverman and the children, their best wishes. It is that taking of early life and the preventable nature of so many lives that are saved because of blood donation that we honoured Richard Lewis today. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all my colleagues to support this important piece of legislation, Bill S-214.
Thank you very much. The member for Charlesbourg, Charlesbourg, Haute St. Charles. Did I come close?
Mr. Speaker, you did very well in naming my riding. I'm very happy to be able to express my gratitude to all those people who every year help hundreds of thousands of Canadians stay healthy through that simple yet very generous gift, the gift of blood. And what hope does a sick person have or a wounded person have without the donation of blood? The time has come to call the second week of June National Blood Donors Week. We Canadians are very lucky. We have one of the best blood transfusion systems in the world, and that is something that involves professionals, volunteers, and the gift of blood is entirely a gift of free will in Canada. Fewer than a quarter countries can say as much. I'm profoundly convinced that Canadians are fully aware of what the gift of blood means. It is the gift of life. But in our ordinary day-to-day life, we don't express our gratitude as often as we should. The gift of blood is there, and we believe that it will always be there. As Canadians, we have to be aware of how lucky we are. But we should not suppose or take for granted that all donors know that their generosity is appreciated. We should do something to acknowledge them. We want to continue to do something to acknowledge Canadians who roll up their sleeves. This is why Canada as a nation should act and express its appreciation for those who donate blood and make the national blood system work. To express our gratitude towards persons who are donors and encourage others to become donors, it's very important for the House to pass Bill S-214. The Parliament of Canada should show its support to those who donate blood and also to those who receive the gift of blood by proclaiming the second week of June National Blood Donors Week. In so doing, we join cities like Kingston in Ontario, Saskatoon in Saskatchewan, and Bay Roberts in Newfoundland and Labrador, and others, I am sure, by saying that the second week of June will be Blood Donors Week. This week is celebrated in Canada and has been since 2005. So there's no reason to hold up the passage of Bill S-214. As I have said, Canadians are very lucky, but very often, because we're human, we don't always realize how lucky we are. And I would today like to take the time to make them think about how lucky we are by speaking of countries where the blood system is not based on a volunteer basis. Imagine a system where blood can be a currency, a system where most people in the world have to use this yardstick, blood as a currency. The sad reality is that if people have to, for economic reasons, sell their blood, the probability is that very often their medical background is perhaps poorer. Just imagine a system where a member of your family who has to receive blood creates the obligation of replacing the blood that is given to them, allotted to them. Some countries have a system like that, and for families where one of their loved ones needs many transfusions, the repercussions and the consequences for the family can be very weighty. Canadians are lucky enough to have people who are donors and do so on a voluntary basis, and a system that does not impose obligations on them. Many people want to make a gift. It is a gift of marvelous generosity. Some regions in the world have tried to set up a voluntary system like we have in Canada and coordinate it on a national level. They are making progress in this direction, even though they also have to count upon gifts of blood that are paid and mandatory. Even with fewer than 5% of donors here in Canada, our system works well. It works well. It is a system based on sharing, and we never have to require mandatory blood donations or donations that require payment. We should celebrate our system and the fact that our voluntary donors are what allow the system to work by proclaiming the second week in June National Blood Donors Week. The people who give their blood in Canada, like many other people who are volunteers, are motivated by the desire to help their fellow humans. This is a celebration to honor these people. How many Canadians would be aware of the fact that they may have to have a blood transfusion in this country? Probably very few. The Canadian Blood Society and EMA Quebec always test the blood. Canadians can trust the system that they have. Just imagine if they had a system that didn't work. Well, Canadians can trust their system. They can have faith in it to consolidate the system and to enlarge the pool of donors. We must salute the people who are involved in it. So that's why I say the second week in June should be called National Blood Donor Week, because that will allow us to keep and find new donors, the donors that are required in Canada. Another reality that I would like to draw the House's attention to for a few moments is the vast scope of our country. Canada occupies a huge area of land, from ocean to ocean, and from the 49th parallel to the far north. but its donors, its population, are spread out throughout that large area. It's only through agencies that are organizational, as I have described, that will be able to allow voluntary donors in Quebec to allow for transfusions to be given in to a patient in Nunavut. Without the system coordinated on a national level, the regions of our vast country may well suffer. Just imagine what that could mean for remote areas. So again, we are doubly blessed in that our system is organized in such a way that blood can be taken from the heavily populated major centers and sent quickly to rural or remote areas. We have mobile units that go to collect blood. We have permanent centers for blood collection. All of these are an integral part of the system and our society, and we must salute them. As I have said, Canada is a cultural mosaic rich in beauty and rich in the diversity of all the regions of the world. Just imagine how difficult it would be if our country were not able to count on voluntary donors of all different blood groups and from diverse ethnic origins. A celebration in honor of donors is a celebration of Canada. I have stressed today how lucky we are in Canada to have a blood system like we have. Our system is coordinated nationally, and the blood comes from voluntary donors. It is a safe system. We can have confidence in it. The greatest challenge is to ensure that we have the number of donors to meet our needs. Thus, 5% of the adult population in good health regularly gives blood. Therefore, I say, let us proclaim the second week in June as National Blood Donor Week, and we will be moving further in the right direction.
Prise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to voice my support for Bill S-214, declaring the second week in June to be the National Blood Donor Week. Now, this simple act will not only provide Canada with a dedicated week to celebrate the generosity of donors and the needs that they respond to, but it will also help people gain a greater understanding of just what blood donation and giving blood is all about. I recently found out a few interesting things, Mr. Speaker, about blood and blood donations that I'd like to share with my colleagues. It certainly helped me to understand what the gift of life, as we call it, really means, and why we need a variety of volunteers to donate on a regular basis. It's really important. The most important observation I've made is that we cannot leave blood donations up to everyone else. Saying the other guy or the other person will do it simply doesn't fill the need for blood donations in our needed blood supply in Canada. I'd like to begin by recognizing a blood donation is not simply blood. Each donation is made up of and broken down into several parts, mainly red blood cells, white cells, platelets, and plasma. Patients don't just get blood. They get specific components from specific donations based on their need and blood type. Clearly, we need many volunteer blood donors all year round to meet a need that can really only be known for sure on a patient-by-patient basis. Now I'd like to share some information about the blood components I just mentioned. This will help illustrate to you just why we need all eligible Canadians to step up and roll up their sleeves. I might add that declaring second week in June to be National Blood Donor Week would go a long ways toward getting that message out loud and clear in every part of this country. Now I'll begin with plasma. Plasma makes up 55% of total blood volume, and it does many things, such as transporting blood cells and nutrients throughout the body and defending against infection. Plasma is often needed by burn victims or hemophiliacs. Red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets are suspended in blood plasma. Red blood cells, Mr. Speaker, carry oxygen throughout the body. A drop of blood the size of a pinhead, this is unbelievable, carries about 5 million red blood cells. It's amazing that these incredible tiny entities can do such a job. People who have lost a lot of blood through accident or surgery or who have anemia may be given red blood cells. Did you know that once more, we are not all the same? 43 to 49% of men's blood is composed of red blood cells, while it is 37 to 43% in women. Now, white blood cells are slightly larger than red and protect the body by moving in to fight infection. And, Mr. Speaker, if you've ever been ill and you felt yourself getting better, that's the white blood cells at work. And yesterday I had a sore throat, and I knew it had a little infection, and I could feel those white cells working, and by doing the research on this speech I'm getting, now I know what it was. So I'm going to have a little different view about getting better again. It's the little cells working in your body. Sometimes white blood cells are needed by people with weak immune systems as well. To meet this need, white blood cells can be collected through a process called apheresis, whereby white cells are separated from plasma and removed from the donor. And there are 6,000 to 8,000 white blood cells per cubic milliliter of blood, Mr. Speaker. But it doesn't end there. And finally, I want to talk about a component of blood that might be, in a way, a little more familiar to us as we've all moved through the bumps and scrapes of growing up. Platelets, Mr. Speaker, are a component of blood that contribute to wound healing. When you cut your finger, for example, or when your child skins his or her knee, you can see platelets working as part of the healing process. There are even smaller than red and white blood cells. Approximately 2 tablespoons of platelets come from a single blood donation. Now, cancer or organ transplant patients may require these platelets. So as you see, a blood donation is not simply a blood donation. It is the generous giving of several parts. And maybe it makes sense now how a single donation can be used to help 3 individuals with entirely different needs. Declaring the second week in June to be National Blood Donor Week can help to spread our knowledge of the science so that people can understand how they too are helping to save possibly 3 people with each donation of blood that they make. I've just talked about some different components of blood, Mr. Speaker. All healthy blood has those components. That's what makes it the same. But blood is also different from person to person to person. You probably have heard the term blood type at some time in your life. And although we might not know which type we are, all of us know that indeed we have a blood type. Your blood type is probably not the same with that of the colleague sitting next to you, or any of the pages sitting in the Parliament today. What we may not know is that certain blood types are more common than others, and that there are something called a universal donor and a universal recipient. Blood O type positive is the most prevalent, while type AB negative is the least. Donor, Mr. Speaker, donor and recipient blood must be compatible, of course. Otherwise, the recipient may reject the transfused blood component. The universal recipient is type AB positive. Patients with this type of blood can receive any of the other blood types. Universal donors are type O negative, which means their donations can be given to any person in need. While Canada's blood system obviously needs plenty of O negative donors, we also need a good supply of the other types. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you can see, a single blood donation, just 1/2 a liter, and I know my colleagues in the House donate blood on a regular basis, and if they don't, they should be. Just 1/2 a liter contains a lot of variety and packs a significant punch. It really is quite incredible, Mr. Speaker. Now, by declaring the second week in June as National Blood Donor Week, we can go a long way towards helping people to better understand on many levels how and why giving blood on a regular basis, a regular donation of their particular blood type, can make a big difference in the lives of their fellow Canadians. And it's something that we should do as Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. As you know, I didn't have to go far to find this little bit of information I shared with you today. This information and more is available on the websites of HEMA Quebec and the Canadian Blood Service. Making volunteer blood donations the focus of a single week each year can draw attention to these websites and educate potential donors not just on the importance of donating, but on the wonders of what blood is really about. In addition to sharing that science, Mr. Speaker, National Blood Donor Week would be an opportunity to answer the questions that may keep Canada's healthy adult population from donating blood on a regular basis. It's a normal human condition to be shy or fearful of something new. Potential donors could ask their friends and family members who have donated before what happens during a blood donation visit. They could make a quick phone call to their nearest blood donor clinic and ask a few questions, or they could just drop by and talk to an outreach representative. But many, Mr. Speaker, just don't get around to it. And that's too bad, because Canada's blood supply needs to be sustained. National Blood Donor Week would be an opportunity to answer many of these questions. People could find out that only adults over the age of 17, for example, can donate blood. But they can do so until at least age 71, and even longer for some people, Mr. Speaker. Potential donors would find out that they need to weigh in at least 110 pounds and be in good health and feeling well enough to donate. They will also learn that they can donate, Mr. Speaker, every 56 days. People like to know what will happen when they venture into unknown territory. The same would apply to first-time volunteer blood donors. National Blood Donor Week, Mr. Speaker, will accomplish getting the message of how important blood donations on a regular basis is. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ask all members to support this bill. Thank you.
The Honourable the Chief Government Whip and Secretary of State is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, given we ran out of time today to complete the debate on Bill C-52, and given that the failure to adopt C-52 by both houses before we adjourn for the summer will result in the loss of some $4.3 billion in 2006-2007 year-end measures, pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, I move, seconded by the Honourable Minister of National Defence, that the House continue to sit beyond the ordinary hour of adjournment today to consider Bill C-52.
The Honourable the Chief Opposition Whip is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is out of order because we're into private members' hour.
The motion of the Chief Government Whip can be moved at any time. The Honourable this is a matter of urgent nature. The Honourable the Chief Government Whip, Mr. Hill, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, moves that given that we ran out of time today to complete the debate on C-52, and given that the failure to adopt C-52 by both houses before we adjourn for the summer will result in the loss of $4.3 billion in 2006-2007 year-end measures, pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. It is moved that the House continue to sit beyond the ordinary hour of adjournment today to consider Bill C-52.
All those members opposed to the motion will please rise.
Fewer than 10 members having risen, the motion is adopted. The Honourable, the Chief Opposition Whip, is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would point out that I had risen on a point of order before you had finished reading that, and I would also like to point out that I would like clarification on whether or not this is debatable. Mr. Speaker, I would point out that this House is not scheduled to rise till June 22nd, so I fail to see the rationale how the closing of one day when we have before us another 2 weeks to debate this issue, as important as this government feels it is, and I would hope that this House would rest assured that our party is more than happy to point out the things that are missing and the failures of this budget, which is why the Liberals of this House did not support this budget. And given that we have 2 weeks further to sit, I see no emergency necessity to extend the sitting hours today. And it was my understanding that this could not be done at this point in time, so I would ask for clarification from the Speaker as to whether or not this is indeed in order and whether or not it is debatable, because I feel that there are many good points that can be made on the other side that we do not have to extend sitting hours today, given that we have a full 2 weeks. And I know our colleagues in the other place would be more than happy to sit after June 22nd. As a matter of fact, they've said so publicly. In order to get through very important pieces of legislation, dare I point out, like the private member's bill of one of my Liberal colleagues on the Kelowna Accord, as well as other important pieces of legislation.
I thank the Honourable, the Chief Opposition Whip. According to Standing Order 53, the motion of the Chief Government Whip is in order, and it is in response to the question raised by the Honourable, the Chief Opposition Whip, it is debatable for 1 hour. So debate. The Honourable, the Chief Government Whip.
Well, also on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my reading of Standing Order 53-1 through 5, it says that when the Speaker puts the question on any such motion, this is 53-4, when the Speaker puts the question on any such motion, he or she shall ask those who object to rise in their places. If 10 or more members then rise, the motion shall be deemed to have been withdrawn. Otherwise, the motion shall have been adopted. Mr. Speaker, it's my reading of that. You put the motion. Less than 10 members rose in objection. Therefore, the motion has been adopted by the House, and we will proceed now not with debate on the motion, but debate on Bill C-52.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver's Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Speaker.
The House will hear him now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to draw the House's attention to Section 53(3), where it says, proceedings on any such motion shall be subject to the following conditions. A, the Speaker may permit debate thereon for a period not exceeding 1 hour. B, the motion shall not be subject to amendments except by a Minister of the Crown. C, no member may speak more than once, nor longer than 10 minutes. And D, proceeding any such motion shall not be interpreted or adjourned by any other proceeding or by the operation of any other order of this House. So I would agree with the Chair, with the Speaker's first ruling, that there is 1 hour of debate required before this gets brought any further.
Are there other points of order? The Honourable, the Chief Government Whip.
Well, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, it would help if we read Standing Order 53 in its entirety, but I don't intend to do so. As I pointed out, Mr. Speaker, 53 subsection 3A states the Speaker may permit debate, thereon for a period not exceeding 1 hour. Mr. Speaker, you did call the question. Fewer than 10 rose, and I still contend, and you can look for clarification from the table officers and the clerks, Mr. Speaker, but I still contend that this issue is done. Fewer than 10 rose to object to the motion, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, the motion was adopted. And therefore, we are now going to be into debate of Bill C-52.
The Honourable the Chief Opposition Whip is rising on the same point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess where my honourable colleague and I depart is I would again reiterate that I stood on a point of order. I was standing in my place and I was asking if this motion was debatable. I would say from the reading of the standing orders that this motion is debatable and the question be put at the end of the hour of debate. And I would ask for the Speaker and with obviously the aid of our knowledgeable clerks to rule on whether or not we are indeed debating for 1 hour before this question is put to the House.
I'm recognizing for a point of order the Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to the leader of the whip of the opposition party, the Standing Order 53, where it talks about proceedings proceedings on any such motion may proceed. That would be in the case, Mr. Speaker, that if the opposition were to raise 10, in which case we would go into a possible 1 hour debate at the discretion of the Speaker. And the fact is that 10 did not stand, Mr. Speaker. So as the Chief Government Whip says, the motion is deemed to be adopted. There is no proceedings that can entail that motion.
The Honourable Member for Papineau, standing on the same point of order. I want to say that on the part of the Bloc Québécois, though we support Bill C-52, we are vehemently opposed to this proceeding. In this case, we are not at all in agreement with the use of this clause in the standing orders, and we think that jurisprudence should be used, and we do not support this.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan is rising on the same point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. According to Standing Order 53, when in relation to any matter that government considers to be of an urgent nature, it further on in that point of order says that the Speaker may permit debate not exceeding 1 hour. And so I would ask that the Speaker re-rule and permit the 1 hour of debate that is required on this.
I very much appreciate the advice from all members, and I recognize again the Honourable the Chief Government Whip. But pretty soon I'm going to make a ruling.
Well, I hope you do, Mr. Speaker. You've already ruled, is my point. You've already ruled that this motion was adopted when fewer than 10 rose. There's no such thing in our standing orders about re-ruling, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable the Chief Opposition House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, this proceeding is impaired to a considerable extent because until a moment that is just about to arrive, copies of the motion that has been put before the House have not been available to any members of the House. In order to deal with this subject matter, I had asked for a copy of the motion. It was provided to me and then taken away. I would like to have the copy again returned to me forthwith so I can see the language of what's being proposed here. But it seems to me that a condition precedent for this matter to proceed to the floor of the House of Commons is this question of urgency, Mr. Speaker. The motion, the proceeding under Section 53 specifically contemplates that the matter be urgent, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, the Chair is not in a position to even consider this item until the issue of urgency is established. And the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, the motion does not, on its face, or in anything that's been said so far, establish the condition precedent of urgency. The fact of the matter is that the motion says, and let me inform members of what it says, given we ran out of time today to complete the debate on C-52, and given the failure to adopt C-52 by both houses before we adjourn for the summer, will result in the loss of $4.3 billion in 06-07 end measures, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, this is a hypothetical trying to anticipate events for full 2 weeks into the future. The fact of the matter is that the issue is not, in fact, urgent. Bill C-52 has been before the House of Commons for some time, but let me point out this, Mr. Speaker. This Parliament began in the last week of January. The government didn't bother to present a budget until the 19th of March. They didn't bother to present the budget bill until the end of March, Mr. Speaker. How can they now argue, with 2 weeks more to go, that it's urgent?
The honourable member for Vancouver East is rising on a point of order.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the same point of order, Mr. Speaker, I have to raise an objection, a serious objection, as to the manipulation and the blatant misuse of rules of this House that is taking place. And frankly, I'm astounded that you, as the Speaker, have already made a ruling ignoring the rules and the procedures that are in place. I mean, we come into this House to debate, to have proper functioning of the House. And, Mr. Speaker, I haven't even seen the motion. I've just heard it described to me by the House Leader of the Opposition, which I'm glad that he took the time to read into the record. But we have to ask, what emergency or what urgent situation exists here? We only just began debate of third reading of the budget bill Wednesday, Mr. Speaker. There's nothing that's being held up here. The House is not meant to adjourn until June 22nd. Now, if the government had wanted to bring forward the bill at some earlier time, they have ample opportunity to both get the bill through the House and, what happens in the other place happens in the other place. But in terms of our business in this place, this maneuver that's being pulled by the government is incredibly manipulative. And, Mr. Speaker, I implore you to uphold the traditions and the procedures of this House and not to allow this blatant political manipulation to go on and to use the rules in a very subverted way for something that we know is not urgent. So, Mr. Speaker, it rests with you to follow the traditions of this House and to make sure that all members are fairly heard, to make sure that debate properly takes place and that this kind of political manipulation doesn't occur. That's the role of the Speaker, and, Mr. Speaker, we expect you to uphold that on behalf of all members.
There are 4 members rising on a point of order. And I recognize the Honourable Chief Government Whip on a point of order, with the understanding that the other members also will be recognized.
Well, certainly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, research will show you, as it showed me, that it is up to the government to define what is urgent under Standing Order 53. So all of the arguments aside from the Chief or the House Leader for the official opposition and the House Leader for the New Democratic Party, it's not up to the opposition to decide what constitutes urgent under 53, under Standing Order 53. That's never been the way that when this has been used. And just for the viewing public at home, this is a standing order of the House. It's under the rules of the House. It's there to be used when necessary. We believe it's necessary. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that upon review you will see that this order was adopted because the opposition didn't have even 10 members in the House when you called the question.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable, the Chief Opposition Whip, is rising on the same point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would point out I do not envy you in your position because it is a difficult one. But I would like to point out that I was standing in my place and I was calling point of order. And Mr. Speaker, if I can point out, this heckling that you're hearing from the government benches was exactly the heckling you heard when I said, Mr. Speaker, point of order. And I heard, and I believe it, it was obviously, I won't name the member, but it was a government member that said, oh, just keep reading, ignore her. Mr. Speaker, if you look in Hansard, it will verify that I was indeed standing in my place before you had read, and there were heckling from the government benches because they saw that I was rising on a point of order to ask if I could debate this issue. So I would tell you that if you're going to look at the sequence of events, Mr. Speaker, you will have auditory verification in Hansard that I was indeed standing in my place.
The Honourable Member for Davenport is rising on a point of order, and then the Honourable Member for West Vancouver will be recognized, and I hope that these will be the only ones. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been staying, I've been staying here at my desk since the beginning when I heard the government chief whip has in fact put this motion forward. But I do believe, if my recollection is correct, that you have not in fact stated whether there was 10 members in the House that would rise. There was after the fact, I think that's what I heard. So I think that there is, if we are to in fact believe in the procedures of this House, that they do in fact matter, that accountability is what this government wants and what this House wants, and I do believe that in fact then you have an obligation that before making a ruling that you seek the House, if in fact there are 10 members within this House who in fact have objection to this. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm very concerned about this whole issue that the government has been raising about the need for this urgent matter and why there is a need for this urgent matter. The government, in fact, has all the levers of power and all the mechanisms available to them that in fact they could in fact introduce this bill of C-52 anytime it wishes to, and had the last 2 weeks to do that. In fact, it has not done so. So to wait to the last minute on a Friday evening is quite shocking to me. If a government really cares about accountability, it should not be trying these type of sneaky maneuvers. And Mr. Speaker, I do believe that you have not made a ruling, and I've been here listening to you. I would ask, at least you would ask to see if there are 10 members present who object to this.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. This is the last piece of advice that I will hear on this matter today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to deal with the three issues here that deal specifically with the motion that was put before the House. The first issue I want to deal with is the very substantive nature and the facts behind 53-1. The second point that I would just like to talk a little bit about is the heavy-handedness that this Conservative government is using to squash debate within here. And the third point, I've got A, B, and C on my point of order here. And the third issue is dealing with the urgency. All of them deal with the validity of putting this motion forward. Mr. Speaker, if I can draw your attention to 53-1 here, it says, in relation to any matter that the government considers to be of an urgent nature, a minister of the Crown, at any time when the Speaker is in the chair, propose a motion to suspend any standing or other order of this House relating to the need for notice and to the hours and the days of sitting. In order for him to propose this motion, he must suspend any standing or other order of this House. At the time the motion was put forward, we were dealing with private members' business, Mr. Speaker, and I would question the validity of putting that motion forward during a time that we were dealing with the private members' business. The second part of my dispute with respect to this motion has to deal, obviously, with the heavy-handed nature that this Conservative government is dealing with debate in the House. It says here specifically, and I'm quoting from the standing orders of the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, it says here specifically
that the Speaker may permit debate thereon for a period not exceeding 1 hour. It is up to the Speaker's discretion whether or not he or she is going to allow debate. And you obviously already ruled from the chair that you would allow 1 hour's debate. So how can this Conservative government stand here in the House of Commons? I know it's a Friday afternoon, but I tell you what, I will stay here as long as it takes to debate any motion you put before this House. So I would ask the Speaker to extend that. The third issue that I have dealing specifically with this motion, Mr. Speaker, deals with the urgency of this matter. The urgency of this matter. How can the Chief Government Whip stand up here and say there is an urgent matter he has to deal with when the federal government now has a $9.2 billion surplus? Well, I tell you, Mr. Speaker, with a $9.2 billion surplus, there's a lot of things that I think are very urgent. Kelowna Accord being...
Order, please. Order, please. I'd like to remind all honourable members that I'm standing right now, that I would appreciate that other members sit. I thank the advice of all members in this matter, and it is the first time since I occupy this position that I am being put in this position, and maybe none of you will like what I will say, but I will do it in good faith. And in the respect of the traditions of this House, as I understand them, and in respect of the standing orders that I've heard quoted from all sides. It is, whether there is urgency or not, is in the eye of the government to decide, not in the eye of anyone else, not even me. However, I think that I was too precipitous in counting the 10 members that might object or might not object, and I should have allowed for 1 hour's debate, and that is what I am doing now. There will be, as of now, 1 hour's debate. Under debate, I recognize the honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I cancelled today. I was supposed to attend a convocation in my riding with the Simon Fraser University today. When I see the tactics played by this mean-spirited government, when they ran on an issue of accountability and transparency, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I'm on the Access to Information Committee. I can see how these Conservative members operate on that committee, and now today when I see them, calling this debate to be the urgent, the reason they want to do it is very simple reason is that they want to ditch those two important bills, the Kelowna Accord, the Kyoto Accord. That is, Canadians are fully support of those issues. And they want to do is they want to prorogue the House after pushing this budget through. And so as the Canadians cannot see these two important issues going through. I personally see, Mr. Speaker, is that if these Conservative members who are gelling right now, if they really believe in the democracy, if they really believe in transparency, if they really believe in the credibility and the accountability they ran on, and they should debate this issue to the fullest and be transparent and open to Canadians, not be scandalous. When we see a situation like this, Mr. Speaker, this is totally scandalous. And I can tell you right now, there's not a single member of Parliament on the other side or this side that will be able to go and face their constituents on this issue when this Conservative government is trying to push the legislation on Friday afternoon. just saying that it's important. I can tell you that Conservative members can speak, Mr. Speaker, when their turn comes in. But if they can let me talk about that I was supposed to take a flight. I know we have important things to do in the riding, but when we look at the way these Conservative members are acting in this House, it is totally pathetic, it is totally sadful situation, and it's totally scandalous. I have never seen a single government in the history that I have seen was acting like the way this minority Conservative government is thinking. They are thinking that Canadians have given them a trust, but they are forgetting that Canadians have given them a conditional trust. The conditional trust, even they are betraying that trust as well when they are not listening to the chair, when they are not listening to the members sitting on the opposition party. I mean, they have to remember that there are only 36% people that voted for them. There is still two-thirds Canadians. There are still two-thirds Canadians that did not give the mandate to this Conservative government, and they got to listen to those two-thirds of the Canadians and to make sure that we respect the House and give the fair debate and fair time and fair hearing and fair chance for Canadians to act. Thank you.
Questions and comments? No. Debate, the honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I regret to have to rise on this very cheap and tawdry trick by the government to try to slip the budget through. I mean, it's very clearly, Mr. Speaker, an acknowledgement of the fact that they realize this budget does not fly. We've seen the destruction of the Atlantic Accord, and we've seen the reaction from the Atlantic provinces. We've seen the reaction in British Columbia, where the Conservatives are now in third place in the polls because of their complete disregard for the interests of British Columbians. And in fact, as we know, the finance minister, when he raised the budget initially, talked about Canada going from the Alberta Rockies to Newfoundland and Labrador, completely excluding British Columbia. So this government very rapidly has managed to alienate virtually every single part of the country with this budget. So it's no surprise, Mr. Speaker, that they would try to invoke this special emergency standing order to try to slip it through on Friday afternoon, as they do with so much of their despicable legislation. When they know the public won't accept it, they try to slip it through on Friday afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and that is not appropriate for a budget vote, and it is not appropriate for something of this magnitude. I'm not going to speak too much to the budget, Mr. Speaker, because I think the NDP is certainly on the record. We know this budget gives billions away to the corporate sector, as always, doesn't deal with the real problems that real people are facing from coast to coast to coast. I'd like to touch on the issue of invoking Standing Order 53, which is a standing order that is supposed to be invoked in times of emergency, and where the government normally needs to make immediate call to the House. Now, Mr. Speaker, traditionally, up until a few years ago, this was used, I say, in a prudent way by governments. We saw in the 1960s this special order being invoked in an immediate outbreak of hostilities in Cyprus and the immediate need of Canada to send a peacekeeping force to Cyprus. Lives were in danger at that time, Mr. Speaker, and it would be normal to invoke Standing Order 53 when lives are in danger. In the 1970s, it was invoked when air traffic controllers were not at their position because of a labour dispute. And regardless of how we feel the merits of how the government treated the labour dispute, one could say that lives were in balance then. But now we fast forward to the 1990s, Mr. Speaker, and we've seen the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party invoking Standing Order 53 as a procedural trick, a cheap and tawdry procedural trick, in order to try to get through legislation that would otherwise not get through. Now, there's no doubt this budget is in trouble. We've seen the outcry from Atlantic Canada this week and discussions of how there was a complete and total betrayal of Atlantic Canada. We've seen the reaction from the Saskatchewan government. We've seen the reaction from British Columbians. We've seen alienation throughout the length and breadth of this land. So the government, in desperation now, on Friday afternoon, shortly before adjournment, invokes the Standing Order 53 because they seem to be incapable of managing their own agenda, and they seem to be incapable of bringing it forward in a measured and effective way. We've seen how they've managed the summer employment program for students. We've seen how they've managed the festival program. We've seen complete incompetence in sector after sector. And now we see this cheap and tawdry invocation of a standing order that was put in place for when lives are in balance. Well, Mr. Speaker, lives are not in balance on this budget. What is in balance is billions of dollars of corporate tax cuts that the Conservatives hand out like candy to their friends and lobbyists in the oil and gas industry, in the pharmaceutical industry, to the banks. They love handing out corporate tax cuts, Mr. Speaker. It's their favorite occupation. Finance Minister, well, he won't do much for health care or access to post-secondary education, won't do anything for housing except for the NDP money that we forced through in the last budget. No, they won't do anything for those issues that affect real working families from coast to coast to coast. They do absolutely nothing to address the catastrophic hemorrhaging of manufacturing jobs. We've lost 250,000 now in the last few years, 250,000 working families that have seen their jobs disappear, replaced by flipping burger jobs, minimum wage jobs, jobs that are temporary, jobs that are part-time. Now Canadians have to put together a couple of part-time jobs in order to just keep a roof over their house. What is urgent, Mr. Speaker, is 300,000 Canadians sleeping in the parks and main streets of our towns and cities across this country, and this government's never invoked Standing Order 53 to address that crisis. What about the softwood lumber crisis provoked by this government's foolishness and recklessness and irresponsibility, shoving through the softwood sellout that has resulted so far in 6,000 jobs being lost? Did they ever address that crisis? No sirree, Mr. Speaker. No evocation of Standing Order 53 there. What we've seen time after time after time, the real crises getting nothing but lip service from this government, and now this cheap, tawdry trick to try to get a budget through that they know is experiencing massive problems. Rejection from Saskatchewan, rejections from the people of British Columbia, rejections from New Brunswick and Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador, Prince Edward Island, rejection throughout Atlantic Canada, great hostility in Quebec, a reaction from the Ontario government and the Ontario legislature, a reaction from coast to coast to coast that I think symbolizes how quickly this government has eroded the trust that was placed in it last year. We've never seen such a rapid reversal, Mr. Speaker. They said they were going to stand up for Canada, and instead we've seen capitulations to the Bush administration. We've seen the sellout of working families time after time after time. No action on some of the key issues like pine beetle in British Columbia. And now we see the invocation of Standing Order 53 for the urgent reason that what, Mr. Speaker? The urgent reason that, well, they don't have an urgent reason. And, Mr. Speaker, you well know the precedents on this, that what we've actually had is speakers disallow this kind of tawdry procedural trick in order to get a budget through. They're admitting today, Mr. Speaker, their budget's in trouble. They're admitting today that they're having problems from coast to coast to coast, that the erosion in public confidence in this government, which has occurred so rapidly because it works exactly the same as the way the former Liberal government works, well, that erosion has led to this invocation of Standing Order 53, Mr. Speaker. Is it appropriate to invoke it? Absolutely not. It's not like sending an immediate crisis team of peacekeepers to Cyprus in order to save lives. It's not like the government trying to act to make sure that air traffic control is maintained and that lives are saved in the balance. There is nothing, absolutely nothing, to the invocation of this standing order. It is simply, Mr. Speaker, a very cheap,
very tawdry, very irresponsible, very reckless way of getting a budget through that now they know Canadians don't accept and that Canadians want to see defeated. That's why they have done it, Mr. Speaker, and that's why in this corner of the House, the NDP corner of the House, we are standing up to say this is absolutely inappropriate. And it shows the desperation that this government has. Rather than taking action on the pine beetle, rather than taking action on the floods that we're seeing now in British Columbia, rather than addressing the concerns that have been raised in Saskatchewan and Atlantic Canada, rather than actually addressing the crisis in manufacturing jobs, the crisis that we're seeing in homelessness, the crisis in the healthcare system, the crisis in post-secondary education, rather than addressing any of those using Standing Order 53, they pull off a cheap, tawdry trick that only a magician who'd lost his license would dare to raise in the Parliament of Canada, Mr. Speaker. Would dare to raise.
Resuming debate, the Honourable the Chief Government Whip has the floor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that was quite a spiel, a tawdry spiel, I guess one might call that, Mr. Speaker. But no, Mr. Speaker, obviously I could go on for 10 minutes, as other colleagues have, on this particular use of Standing Order 53. But I won't, because if I do that, then other people, I'm sure, will want to add their words of wisdom on the use of this standing order and the appropriateness and the urgency, et cetera, et cetera. I could certainly defend what I believe is the urgent nature, but I won't. What I'll do instead, Mr. Speaker, given the hour, is that I would ask you to seek unanimous consent of the Chamber to put your question now and to do your head count that's necessary. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, I believe immediately thereafter, if you sought it, you would find unanimous consent for Bill S214 that was being debated when I interrupted the proceedings with my point of order. And if you moved that, I think you'd find unanimous consent to pass it at second reading.
For the sake of simplicity, I will do this one at a time and a little slower than I did last time. L'honorable ministre
does the Honourable the Minister have the unanimous consent of the House to move his first motion?
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
No. Okay. This is for standing. As we say it.
This deputy.
10 members, 10 or more members having risen to oppose the motion is deemed withdrawn.
Does the Honourable Minister have the unanimous consent of the House to move his second motion?
214.
Yes.
Second reading.
That's the second motion.
Can we have the Minister repeat the motion?
I please ask the Honourable the Chief Government Whip to repeat the motion just for the sake of clarity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my motion is, I think if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent of the members present in the Chamber to support Private Members Bill S214 at second reading.
L'honorable ministre
Does the Honourable the Minister have the unanimous consent of the House to move his motion?
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Plaît-il à la Chambre?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Agreed. Debate.
Second reading of this bill. Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Health.
It being 2:38. The House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 o'clock pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Photos of your place. And I thought, oh, this is so charming, but I thought it was a country house.